Interference. Interference. A Forbidden Professor Hockey Romance. Arden Blackwell. Copyright 2026 Arden Blackwell. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means without the prior written permission of the author, except for brief quotations in a book review. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. First edition, 2026. For everyone who ever sat in a room where the rules were clear and the feeling was not. The heart has its reasons which reason knows nothing of. Blaise Pascal. Contents. Prologue. Chapter 1. ETHC 401. Chapter 2. The Athlete in Row 1. Chapter 3. Office Hours. Chapter 4. Rules exist for reasons. Chapter 5. On Ice. Chapter 6. The Department. Chapter 7. Copper Tap. Chapter 8. 3 inches. Chapter 9. Plot point I, the paper. Chapter 10. Summoned. Chapter 11. Distance. Chapter 12. Midpoint, Lake Path. Chapter 13. What he knows. Chapter 14. What she's running from. Chapter 15. Plot point 2, all is lost. Chapter 16. The review. Chapter 17. The wrong play. Chapter 18. Priya pulls the thread. Chapter 19. Ice and Reckoning. Chapter 20. The letter. Chapter 21. Climax, the board. Chapter 22. 40 minutes. Chapter 23. Falling action, after. Chapter 24. Resolution, interference. Epilogue. 1 year later. Prologue. Writer's POV. The tape always goes left wrist first. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you. I've been doing it since I was 9 years old in a rink that smelled like mildew and cold hot dogs, and I've never stopped. Left wrist. Then right. Then I sit still for exactly 45 seconds and I don't think about anything at all. That's the hardest part, the not thinking. Tonight the tunnel is loud. Not from the crowd, they're still filing in, still finding their seats, still deciding which overpriced beer they want. The noise is closer than that. It's ice and rubber and the sound of sticks hitting boards 2 at a time. It's Marcus doing his sprint drill behind me even though warm-ups don't start for 6 minutes, because Marcus does everything 6 minutes early so everyone can watch him do it. It's Coach Harwick walking the line of us, hands behind his back, not saying a word, which is somehow worse than if he yelled. I know this tunnel better than I know my own bedroom. The crack in the left wall where someone's elbow connected wrong during a bad loss 3 seasons ago. The strip light overhead that flickers when the temperature drops below 22. The way sound moves through here differently than anywhere else on campus, flatter, closer, like the walls are listening. 17,000 people on the other side of that door. I know what they're waiting for. I've known since I was old enough to understand what it meant when strangers pointed at my dad in a grocery store and said that's Cal Callahan, he almost made it. Almost. The worst word in the English language. My father wore it like a stone around his neck every single day, and he never once complained, and I made myself a promise at age 12 that I would carry that stone the rest of the way for him. So here I am. Senior year. Top of the draft rankings. 6 months from everything we ever worked for. You ready? Jonas is next to me, rolling his neck, not looking at me when he asks it. Always. Your dad's in his seat. 3rd row, left side. He's got the scarf on. I already knew. I can feel it when he's there. I know that sounds like the kind of thing people say, but I mean it the way weather means it, a specific pressure, a specific warmth, something you can't see but your body registers before your brain does. My father comes to every home game. Bad knee. 3-hour bus ride from Millhaven. Same seat. He's never asked me for anything except one thing: don't waste it, son. Don't you waste a single second of it. I have never wasted a second of it. I have never been afraid of anything on this side of that door. I used to believe that about myself. I used to say it to Jonas when we were freshmen and the upperclassmen made it clear that freshmen were tolerated, not welcomed, and you either outplayed your fear or it outplayed you. I said it then and I meant it then and I kept meaning it every year after until my whole career was built on it. Callahan doesn't rattle. Callahan doesn't blink. Callahan doesn't know what afraid feels like. Here's the thing about the stories people tell about you. After a while, you stop checking if they're true. Let's go. Coach taps the door frame twice. That's it, that's the whole speech. Harwick is not a wordsman. The door opens and the noise hits me like a full-body collision and I skate out into the light. 3 weeks later I was sitting in a lecture hall at 8:49 in the morning, second row from the front because every other seat was taken when I got there, and I was watching a door that hadn't opened yet. ETHC 401. Ethics and Professional Responsibility in Modern Society. The last required course between me and draft eligibility. 1 semester. 1 professor. 12 weeks of whatever this was going to be and then I was done. I wasn't worried about it. I want to be clear about that. I had passed harder courses on less sleep and worse shape. I could handle 4 hours of ethics a week. I had handled everything else. The door opened. I don't know what I expected. Someone older, maybe. Someone who dressed the way ethics sounded: careful, gray, forgettable. I had not done any research on who taught this course because it had not occurred to me to care. She walked in carrying too many books and a coffee that was clearly her second one because the first one hadn't been enough, and she set everything down on the desk in the front and turned around to look at us. She was not what I expected. She looked at the room the way you look at a problem you've already solved in your head and you're just waiting for everyone else to catch up. Like she had answers to questions none of us had thought to ask yet. Then her eyes moved along the rows and landed on me for exactly 2 seconds, not longer, not shorter, and I had the strange and specific feeling that she had already decided something. I didn't know what. She picked up a marker. Wrote one line on the board without introducing herself, without saying good morning, without any of the usual first day small talk. Capital letters. Like she wanted it to leave a mark. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. She put the cap back on the marker. Turned around. And said, "Argue with me." Nobody moved. Except me. I opened my mouth and I said, "What if the outcome is the same either way?" The room went very quiet. The kind of quiet that means everyone is waiting to see what happens next. She looked at me. Not the way most people looked at me, like they were calculating my stats, my draft position, how useful I was or wasn't going to be to them. She looked at me like she was deciding whether the question was worth answering. "What's your name?" she said. "Callahan. Mr. Callahan." She said it with just enough weight to make it clear she knew exactly who I was and had already decided that was irrelevant. Define same. I didn't have an answer for that. She nodded once, like my silence was the point. "That," she said, "is what this class is about." I sat back in my chair. I had skated out in front of 17,000 people and felt nothing. I was afraid of this room. I just didn't understand why yet. Chapter 1, Writer. ETHC 401. First day of class. Writer is late. Every seat is taken except one, front row, center. He takes it, already calculating how fast he can pass this course. Then Dr. Clark enters. The room recalibrates. She doesn't introduce herself warmly. She writes one sentence on the board, asterisk, "Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior." Asterisk, she makes eye contact with Ryder when she says it. He doesn't look away. Neither does she. Asterisk cliffhanger, she assigns a first day essay, describe a choice you've made that you cannot fully justify. He stares at the blank page and writes her name. Then crosses it out, asterisk chapter 2, Ilara. The athlete in row 1. Ilara's POV of the same first class. She recognized him before she walked in. His photo was in the faculty orientation packet, circled under asterisk, student athletes requiring academic monitoring. Asterisk she'd been warned he was charming. She prepared accordingly. What she hadn't prepared for, he actually argues with her. Not rudely. Precisely. He challenges her opening premise with a counterexample she has to genuinely rebut. She catches herself thinking about it at 11 p.m. Cliffhanger, Priya calls. How was day one? Ilara answers, fine. Beat. There's one I'll have to watch. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 1, Writer. ETHC 401. First day of class. Writer is late. Every seat is taken except one, front row, center. He takes it, already calculating how fast he can pass this course. Then Dr. Clark enters. The room recalibrates. She doesn't introduce herself warmly. She writes one sentence on the board, asterisk, good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. Asterisk she makes eye contact with Writer when she says it. He doesn't look away. Neither does she. Asterisk cliffhanger, she assigns a first-day essay, describe a choice you've made that you cannot fully justify. He stares at the blank page and writes her name. Then crosses it out, asterisk. Chapter 2, Ilara. The athlete in row 1. Ilara's POV of the same first class. She recognized him before she walked in. His photo was in the faculty orientation packet, circled under asterisk, student athletes requiring academic monitoring. Asterisk she'd been warned he was charming. She prepared accordingly. What she hadn't prepared for, he actually argues with her. Not rudely. Precisely. He challenges her opening premise with a counterexample she has to genuinely rebut. She catches herself thinking about it at 11 p.m. Cliffhanger, Priya calls. How was day one? Ilara answers, fine. Beat. There's one I'll have to watch. Asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 1. ETHC 401. Writer's POV. I was 4 minutes late. Not by accident. I've never been late to anything by accident. I've been late to things on purpose my whole life, walking after everyone's already seated, after the room's already decided where to look, and suddenly you're not just another face filing in. You're the one they were waiting for. It's a cheap trick. I know it's a cheap trick. I've been running it since the 10th grade and I can't stop. So I pushed open the door to Hartwell Hall, room 204, and walked in 4 minutes after the hour with my bag over one shoulder and my coffee in my hand, and I looked around for a seat. There was one. Front row. Dead center. Right in front of the board like a target no one else had wanted to stand on. The entire room was watching me. I could feel it, the specific weight of recognition, the whisper that goes around a space when someone familiar walks into somewhere they don't quite belong. Someone in the back row said something quiet and someone else laughed. I didn't look. I walked to the front row seat and sat down and put my coffee on the desk and pulled out my notebook like I'd planned it this way. The door at the front of the room was still closed. No professor yet. I looked at the whiteboard. Blank. I looked at the clock. Looked at the syllabus someone had left on the empty chair beside me. ETHC 401, Ethics and Professional Responsibility in Modern Society. Required for graduation. Non-negotiable. 1 semester standing between me and the draft combine, the agent conversations, the phone call from my father that would make every bad morning and every brutal practice worth something. 12 weeks. I could do 12 weeks of anything. The guy behind me leaned forward. You're Callahan, right? Wolves captain. Yeah. Wild game Thursday. That goal in overtime. Thanks, man. I opened my notebook. He got the point. Here's the truth about being known on a campus like Hartwell: people think it must feel good. And sometimes it does. Sometimes you walk into a room and the attention is fuel and you run hot on it for hours. But sometimes, like now, sitting in the front row of a required ethics course at 8 in the morning while people behind you talk about your overtime goal like you're a clip they watched, not a person sitting 5 feet away, it feels like wearing a costume you can't take off. I was mid-thought when the front door opened. I wasn't expecting much. I'd had a lot of professors. I'd learned to skin them in the first 90 seconds, how they held their notes, whether they made eye contact or talked at the board, whether they were the kind who cared or the kind who collected a paycheck. Most of them saw the jersey number before they saw me. They either graded easier because of it or harder because of it, and either way the jersey was doing the work, not me. She walked in carrying 4 books stacked against her chest with one arm and a coffee cup in the other hand, and she moved fast, not rushed, just efficient, like someone who had calculated the exact number of steps between the door and the desk and wasn't wasting any of them. She put the books down. Put the coffee down. And turned around. The room shifted. I don't know how else to say it. 1 second there was the low noise of a class waiting, phone screens, whispered conversations, someone's shoe squeaking against the floor. Then she turned around and it all just stopped. She wasn't wearing anything that asked you to look at her. Dark slacks, a plain black top, hair pulled back. Nothing about it was designed to be noticed. But she looked at the room the way someone looks at a map when they already know where they're going, taking it in, making note of it, moving on. Like all of us were data she was filing away in the first 30 seconds. Her eyes moved along the rows. They landed on me. I don't know how long it lasted. Long enough that I registered it. Long enough that I thought about looking away and decided not to. She held it for 2 beats, steady, unreadable, and then she moved on. She picked up a marker. She didn't say her name. She didn't say good morning. She wrote on the board in big clean letters, and she wrote it fast, like she'd written it so many times it was automatic. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. She capped the marker. Put it down. Turned to face us again. Argue with me, she said. Silence. Full, Total, uncomfortable silence. The kind where everyone is looking at their desk or their phone or the middle distance, waiting for someone else to go first. I've sat through enough locker room speeches to know what that silence means. It means nobody wants to be wrong in front of a stranger. I heard it before I decided to say it. What if the outcome is the same either way? She found me immediately. Like she'd already known the voice would come from the front row, from the one seat that was left, from the person she'd looked at for 2 beats and filed away. "What's your name?" she said. "Callahan. Mr. Callahan." She said it evenly. No warmth, no edge. Just the words, carrying a specific amount of weight. Enough to tell me she knew exactly who I was and had made a deliberate choice to treat that information like it didn't matter. Define same. I opened my mouth. Closed it. She waited. Not impatiently, she wasn't trying to embarrass me. She was genuinely waiting, like she'd asked a real question and was interested in a real answer. The problem was I didn't have one. I'd asked the question because it seemed obvious. Define same. 2 different outcomes can look identical from the outside. A choice made for the right reason and a choice made for the wrong one can end up in the same place. Can't they? Can they? I said nothing. She nodded once. Like she'd expected exactly this. "That," she said to the room, "is what this class is about." She opened the top book on her desk and started talking, not from notes, no paper in front of her, just words coming out in a clear straight line about the history of ethical philosophy and the 3 frameworks we'd be using through the semester and how none of them agreed with each other, and that was the point. I wrote everything down. I don't usually write everything down. 40 minutes in she gave us an assignment. First day. Short piece. Informal. She wrote it on the board as she said it. 300 words minimum. Due at the end of this week, submitted online by midnight Friday. The prompt went up in her handwriting, which was fast and slightly tilted to the right. Describe a choice you've made that you cannot fully justify. Someone in the back groaned. She didn't acknowledge it. I'm not grading you on whether your answer is right. I'm grading you on whether you're honest. Those are different things. Questions. No questions. Good. Thursday. She picked up her books and her coffee and walked out through the front door the same way she'd come in, efficient, no ceremony, already somewhere else in her head before she cleared the room. The class started moving. Bags zipping, chairs scraping, everyone talking over each other. The guy behind me said something about how she was going to be rough to deal with. Someone else said she was new faculty. Someone said they'd heard she was strict. I wasn't listening. I was looking at the prompt on the board. Describe a choice you've made that you cannot fully justify. I flipped to a clean page in my notebook. Pen in hand. I knew what I was supposed to write. There was the obvious answer, the safe one, something about tactics, something about a game, something that sounded honest without actually being honest. I wrote 2 words at the top of the page. I looked at them. I crossed them out hard enough that the pen went through the paper. I closed the notebook. Then I picked up my bag, and my coffee, and I walked out into the hallway that smelled like old carpet and winter air, and I kept walking. I didn't look back at the board. I didn't need to. I already knew what I'd almost written. Chapter 2. The Athlete in Row 1. Ilara's POV. I knew his name before I knew his face. That's how it works with athletes at a school like Hartwell. They send you a packet at the start of the semester, advising office, athletics department, 3 signatures at the bottom to show how seriously everyone takes it. Student athletes requiring academic monitoring. Photos attached. Performance thresholds. Contact protocols if a student's grade falls below a C-. Ryder Callahan was the second name on the list. His photo was the kind they use for press materials, full gear, mid-action, the kind of image that's designed to make you feel something before you've thought about whether you want to. Someone in the advising office had circled his name in red ink and written next to it, draft eligible. High visibility. Handle with care. I read that on a Tuesday night sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of tea going cold next to my laptop. I looked at the photo. I looked at the note. Then I put the packet in a folder and put the folder in my bag and told myself the same thing I told myself every semester when that packet arrived. He is a student. You are a professor. That is the entire nature of the relationship. I've taught for 4 years. I came to Hartwell from Oxford, a fact that Dr. Strath mentions at least once every faculty meeting in a tone that sounds like a compliment and functions like a warning. I was the youngest faculty hire in the department's history. I know what that means. I know what the people who voted against my hire are still waiting for. I do not give them anything to point at. Rules are not a burden to me. Rules are the reason I still have a career, a sense of self, and a functional relationship with the concept of trust. I learned that lesson in a very specific way, at a very specific cost, and I have not forgotten it. So when I picked up my books and my second coffee of the morning, the first one hadn't done its job, and pushed open the door to room 204 on the first day of the semester, I was prepared. I was not prepared for him to be sitting in the front row. Not the middle of the room, not the back where athletes usually sat, as far from accountability as they could reasonably get. The front row. Dead center. Long legs stretched out in front of him, coffee on the desk, notebook already open like he'd been there long enough to settle in. He looked up when I walked in and I had approximately 2 seconds to not react. I didn't react. I put my books down. Put my coffee down. I turned to face the room and I did the thing I always do at the start of semester, I scanned it. Not for any specific reason. Just reading the room. Who sat in the front, who sat in the back, who had their phones out, who was already checked out at 8 in the morning. My skin reached the front row. He was watching me the same way I was watching the room. Not with the lazy half-attention I usually got from athletes in required courses. Not with the calculation of someone trying to figure out how hard this class was going to be. He was just looking. The way people look when they're actually paying attention, which in my experience is rarer than it should be. I moved on. I picked up the marker. I wrote the line I always write on the first day. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. I said what I always say, argue with me. 3 semesters running, I've gotten silence for the first 30 seconds. Then someone in the middle rows eventually says something careful and hedged and we work from there. I got 3 seconds of silence. Then from the front row, direct, no preamble, what if the outcome is the same either way? I found him immediately. He wasn't being difficult, his voice wasn't performing the question. He genuinely wanted to know if the statement held up. That's different. That's actually different, and I made note of it in the part of my brain that catalogs things before my professional face has a chance to process them. What's your name? I said. Callahan. I already knew his name. He knew I already knew his name. We both understood exactly what I was doing by asking it anyway. Mr. Callahan. Define same. He opened his mouth. He closed it. He sat with the question and I watched him sit with it, watched him actually try to answer it in his head instead of bluffing his way through or laughing it off. I've seen students bluff my questions 1,000 times. This wasn't that. This was someone who had asked a thing he thought he knew the answer to and had just realized, in real time, that he might not. He said nothing. I nodded. That is what this class is about. I started the lecture. I kept it moving, frameworks, foundations, the 3 lenses we'd use all semester. I did not look at the front row again. I looked at the board. I looked at the middle and back sections. I moved through the material the way I always move through it, precise and fast, and I did not slow down once. I gave the first assignment at 40 minutes. Describe a choice you've made that you cannot fully justify. I wrote it on the board and I did not explain it beyond what I'd already said. Someone groaned. That was fine. Discomfort was the point. If the prompt was comfortable, they'd write something polished and false and I'd read 40 essays that sounded exactly like each other. I wanted to know who they actually were. I picked up my things and left. By 11 that night I was at my kitchen table again, exactly where I'd been on the Tuesday I read his name in a packet and told myself the thing about students and professors and the entire nature of the relationship. I had my laptop open and the lecture notes from tomorrow in a document I was supposed to be reviewing. I had reviewed exactly 3 paragraphs of them. His question was still running through my head. What if the outcome is the same either way? It wasn't a new question. It was a very old question with a very long philosophical history and a great deal of serious writing behind it. I had answered versions of it in academic papers. I had assigned books that addressed it directly. I could answer it in my sleep. The reason it was still running through my head at 11 at night had nothing to do with the philosophy. It had to do with the fact that he'd asked it like he meant it. Like it wasn't rhetorical and wasn't about course content. Like it was something he actually needed to know the answer to. I closed my laptop. My phone lit up on the table. Priya's name on the screen. I answered. "How was day 1?" she said. I could hear her eating something. Priya was always eating something. Fine. Fine as in fine, or fine as in you're sitting alone in your kitchen at 11 o'clock thinking about one of your students. I was quiet for exactly 1 second too long. I'm not. Ilara. I'm not thinking about a student. I'm reviewing lecture notes. Your laptop is closed. I can hear it in your voice. You can't hear whether my laptop is open. I've known you for 4 years. You get a specific flatness in your voice when you're pretending to be somewhere you're not. She ate whatever she was eating. Who is it? I picked up my mug. Put it down again. There's one I'll have to watch, I said. Priya was quiet for a second. Okay, she said carefully. And by what you mean? Academically. His argument today was good. Better than it should have been for first contact with the material. I said it cleanly, because it was clean. It was clean. I'll need to make sure I'm pushing him. That's your job, Priya. Pushing students. I know that. So. She paused. What's his name? I stood up and carried my mug to the sink. Good night, I said. Ilara. I hung up. I stood at the sink with the water running cold over my hands, and I looked out the dark window above it, and I thought about the front row and the 2 seconds and the question that had no easy answer. What if the outcome is the same either way? I turned off the tap. I went to bed. I did not sleep for a long time. Chapter 3, Ryder. Office hours. Ryder goes to office hours, not because he's struggling, but because Jonas bet him he wouldn't. He goes. She's surprised. They talk about the essay assignment. It becomes a real conversation about ethics versus outcomes, the trolley problem, hockey fights, what counts as protecting your team. For the first time in years, Ryder feels like someone is listening to what he actually thinks, not waiting for him to finish talking so they can talk about his stats. Asterisk cliffhanger, she says, Mr. Callahan, you're more interesting than your reputation. He leaves before she can see him smile. Asterisk chapter 4, Ilara. Rules exist for reasons. Ilara has coffee with Priya. She talks about a student without naming him. Priya, who has heard about Ryder Callahan from 3 different grad students this week, knows immediately who it is. She doesn't say anything yet. Ilara catches herself going back through his essay. His writing is unpolished but startlingly honest. She marks it with more detailed notes than she's given any student in 2 years. She tells herself it's because she has high standards. Asterisk cliffhanger, Dr. Strath stops her in the hall. I hear you have the Callahan boy. Don't let him coast. She smiles perfectly. Walks away. Her hand is shaking. Asterisk chapter 5, Ryder. On ice. A big game. Ryder plays brilliantly. The chapter opens mid-period. Visceral hockey action, the specific physics of ice and speed and violence contained by rule. Post-game, an NHL scout named Dorsey approaches. Draft talk. Dorsey mentions the academic requirement. Ryder feels the net tighten. In the locker room, Marcus corners him. Asterisk, I heard you're failing Clark's class. Asterisk, he isn't. Marcus is planting seeds. Asterisk cliffhanger, Ryder finds a note slipped under his dorm door. No name. Just, some things can't be traded for a contract. Asterisk, the narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 3, Ryder. Office Hours. Ryder goes to office hours, not because he's struggling, but because Jonas bet him he wouldn't. He goes. She's surprised. They talk about the essay assignment. It becomes a real conversation about ethics versus outcomes, the trolley problem, hockey fights, what counts as protecting your team. For the first time in years, Ryder feels like someone is listening to what he actually thinks, not waiting for him to finish talking so they can talk about his stats. Asterisk cliffhanger, she says, Mr. Callahan, you're more interesting than your reputation. He leaves before she can see him smile, asterisk. Chapter 4, Ilara. Rules exist for reasons. Ilara has coffee with Priya. She talks about a student without naming him. Priya, who has heard about Ryder Callahan from 3 different grad students this week, knows immediately who it is. She doesn't say anything yet. Ilara catches herself going back through his essay. His writing is unpolished but startlingly honest. She marks it with more detailed notes than she's given any student in 2 years. She tells herself it's because she has high standards. Asterisk cliffhanger, Dr. Strath stops her in the hall, I hear you have the Callahan boy. Don't let him coast. She smiles perfectly. Walks away. Her hand is shaking, asterisk. Chapter 5, Ryder. On ice. A big game. Ryder plays brilliantly, the chapter opens mid-period, visceral hockey action, the specific physics of ice and speed and violence contained by rule. Post-game, an NHL scout named Dorsey approaches. Draft talk. Dorsey mentions the academic requirement. Ryder feels the net tighten. In the locker room, Marcus corners him, asterisk, I heard you're failing Clark's class. Asterisk he isn't. Marcus is planting seeds. Asterisk cliffhanger, Ryder finds a note slipped under his dorm door. No name. Just, some things can't be traded for a contract. Asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 3. Office Hours. Writer's POV. Jonas bet me $5. That's the whole reason I went. I want to be clear about that. I was not struggling. I was not confused by the material. I was not the kind of person who showed up to office hours in the second week of a semester like an eager freshman trying to make a good impression. I was the kind of person who showed up because his best friend said, "You won't go," and $5 was the least interesting part of proving him wrong. "She's going to think you're kissing up," Jonas said. He was eating cereal at 2 in the afternoon because we'd had a 6 a.m. skate and neither of us had eaten a real meal since. Or failing. I'm not failing. I know that. Does she? I grabbed my jacket off the back of my chair. She's about to. Jonas raised his bowl toward me like a toast. My $5 is safe. Her office was on the 3rd floor of Hartwell Hall, at the end of a hallway that got quieter the further in you went, like the building was actively discouraging visitors. The door was half open. A small paper sign taped to the frame, "Office Hours, Tuesday and Thursday 2 to 4 p.m. Knock first." I knocked. A pause. Then, "Come in." The office was small and overfull. Books on every flat surface, not arranged neatly but stacked the way books get stacked when someone is actually using them, open ones face down, others with papers wedged between pages, a few on the floor next to the desk like they'd been set there temporarily 2 weeks ago and never moved. One window. A desk facing the wall with her back to the door. She turned around in her chair. For exactly 1 second, her face did something. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't shock. It was the brief, controlled adjustment of someone who had expected someone else and was recalibrating fast. Then it was gone and she was just looking at me with that same even expression she'd worn at the front of the room on the first day. "Mr. Callahan." "Dr. Clark." "Sit down." She nodded at the chair on the other side of her desk, the one with a stack of folders on it. "Move those anywhere." I moved them to the floor and sat. The office smelled like old paper and coffee. There was a small plant on the windowsill that looked like it was surviving out of stubbornness alone. She folded her hands on the desk. "What can I do for you?" "The essay assignment. Are you having difficulty with it?" "No." She waited. "I have a question about it," I said. "About the parameters." "The parameters are in the prompt." "I know. My question's about the prompt." I put my elbows on my knees and looked at her directly, because if I'd learned one thing from Coach Harwick it was that the worst thing you could do in a serious conversation was look like you were waiting for permission to be in it. "You said describe a choice you can't fully justify. Does that mean you want the choice that's hardest to explain, or the one that was hardest to make?" She was quiet for a moment. "What's the difference?" she said. "The hardest to explain might be simple. You know why you made it. You just can't make someone else understand it without them knowing everything you know." I paused. "The hardest to make is different. That one you're still not sure about." She looked at me for a second longer than felt comfortable. Not threatening, more like she was checking if the answer had come from somewhere real or if I was just performing for a grade. "Write about the one you're still not sure about," she said. "What if I'm sure about most of it and only not sure about one part? Then write about that part." I nodded. Didn't move. She tilted her head slightly. "Is that your only question?" It was. I should have said yes, stood up, said thank you, walked out, texted Jonas, and collected my $5. That was the plan. That was the entirety of the plan. "No," I said. She waited. "The trolley problem," I said. "You mentioned it at the end of Thursday's class." I did. "The standard version is, 1 track, 5 people, 1 person, you pull the lever or you don't." "I'm familiar with it, yes." "In hockey," I said, "the equivalent is fighting." She didn't say anything. She was listening. Not waiting for me to finish, actually listening, which is different, and I know the difference because I've been talked at by coaches and scouts and reporters for 4 years and real listening is rare enough that you notice it when it happens. "If my teammate gets hit dirty," I said, "and I step in, drop the gloves, take the penalty, Spend 5 minutes in the box, I'm removing myself from the play. We might be down a man. We might lose because of it. But I've sent a message to the other team that we don't let that go. That there's a cost. I paused. Is that ethical? What do you think? I asked you. You asked the wrong person, she said. I'll tell you what different frameworks would say. I can't tell you what's true. Nobody can. She leaned back slightly in her chair. The utilitarian argument says you should calculate outcomes. Your team might lose. Therefore you don't fight. But the deontological argument says some things are duties. Protecting your team might be one of them, regardless of outcome. That's the one that feels right to me. Most people feel that way about the choices they've already made, she said. It wasn't cruel. It was just true. The question is whether it would feel right before you made it, when you didn't know the outcome yet. I thought about it. Really thought about it, not for the sake of the conversation but because she'd put the question somewhere real. Yes, I said. It would still feel right. Why? Because my team needs to know I'll be there. Whether it costs us the game or not. I looked at her. Some things are worth losing for. She held my eyes for a moment. Put that in your essay, she said. The hockey version. The real version. What you just said. The logic underneath it. She picked up a pen, turned back to her desk slightly. That's what I'm looking for. Not the clean argument. The honest one. I stood up. Picked up my bag. Mr. Callahan, she said, without turning around. I stopped. She didn't look at me when she said it. She was writing something on the page in front of her, and she said it in the same level voice she used for everything, and I almost missed it. You're more interesting than your reputation. I stood there for 1 second. Then I walked out. I made it all the way to the stairwell, all the way down to the second-floor landing, before I stopped walking and stood still and let myself do the one thing I'd been holding back the whole time I was in that office. I smiled. It took a while to stop. Jonas was still on the couch with the same bowl when I got home. Well, he said. I dropped $5 on his cereal. He looked at it. Looked at me. You went. I went. And I dropped my bag on the floor and went to the fridge and stared into it for a long time without actually wanting anything. She's good, I said. Good how? Good at what she does. Jonas was quiet for a second. When I looked over, he was watching me with the expression he only used when he was deciding whether to say something. He picked up the $5. Okay, he said. That was all he said. That was enough. Chapter 4. Rules exist for reasons. Ilara's POV. I told myself I was going for the coffee. The place Priya had picked was 12 minutes from campus, far enough that no students would be at the surrounding tables, close enough that I could get back for my afternoon prep. I told myself that too. I had organized the logistics of this into something sensible and contained, which is what I do with things I'm not sure I should be doing. It was just coffee with a colleague. I did not need a reason. You look like you haven't slept, Priya said, before I'd even sat down. Good morning to you too. I'm serious. How long has it been? I sleep fine. When's the last time you slept more than 5 hours? I sat down, pulled off my coat, and picked up the menu even though I always ordered the same thing. I've been working on the midterm framework, I said. And revising the week 4 reading list. The Rawls selection I used last semester was too dense for where students are at week 4. I'm replacing it. Priya stared at me. It's week 2, she said. I like to be prepared. You like to be so far ahead that nothing can surprise you. She said it gently, the way she said most sharp things. Priya had a gift for packing honesty inside warmth so you didn't feel it until a minute later. It doesn't work, by the way. Surprises find you anyway. The server came. I ordered my usual. Priya ordered something with 3 modifications and the server wrote it all down without blinking. So, Priya said, when the server left. How's the semester? Early. Good. The Tuesday section is stronger than I expected. Strong how? Engaged. They actually argued on the first day. Multiple students. I turned my coffee cup in my hands. One of them in particular. Priya's voice was carefully neutral. I had been her friend for 3 years. I knew exactly what that neutrality cost her. It's nothing, I said. He asked a good question. Better than most first-day questions. He. Students are he or she or they, Priya. It's not information. You've never told me a student's gender before when you've talked about a good question. I looked up at her. She raised her hands, palms out. I'm just noting. Note something else. She smiled with her mouth closed and drank her coffee. His essay came in at 11:47 on Friday night. Not early. Not impressively early, nothing calculated about the timing. 11:47 suggested someone who had started it too late and finished it with 13 minutes to spare. I pulled it up on my laptop at my kitchen table the next morning along with the other 26 submissions, which I'd printed and stacked and planned to work through in order. I didn't work through them in order. I read his first. I told myself it was because his name started with C and C was close to the front alphabetically. That was not why. The writing was rough. Sentence structures that ran too long, then cut off too fast, like he kept changing his mind about how much to say. He'd clearly written it quickly. There were places where a thought started and then jumped forward, skipping the connective tissue, landing somewhere true but leaving me to figure out how he got there. But what he'd written was honest. Not performed honest, not trying to impress the professor honest. Genuinely honest, in the specific way that people are honest when they've stopped trying to make themselves look good and just written the actual thing. He wrote about a game 3 seasons ago. A night when a younger teammate, a freshman, had taken a dirty hit that the refs missed. The other player was bigger, meaner, the kind of player who did it on purpose and knew exactly how to do it without getting caught. Ryder had watched his teammate get up slowly. Had looked at the bench. Had looked at the clock. I had 6 minutes left in my shift. We were up by 1. We needed that lead. I dropped my gloves anyway. We ended up tied. We went to overtime and lost. My coach didn't speak to me for 2 days. My dad called that night and asked what happened and I told him and he was quiet for a long time and then he said, I'd have done the same thing. That was the only justification I ever got for it. And it was enough. But I still don't know if it was right. Because wanting my dad's approval isn't an ethical framework. And, I'd have done the same thing, isn't a reason. It's just 2 people agreeing to want the same thing. Is that all ethics ever is? People agreeing to want the same things. And if it is, what do you do when you want something nobody else would agree with? I read that last part twice. Then I turned to a clean section of my marking sheet and began to write feedback. I wrote more than I'd written for any essay this semester. I wrote what I actually thought, where the argument collapsed and why, and where it did something that most formal philosophy failed to do, which was stay human all the way through instead of hiding behind abstraction. I wrote for 20 minutes. I stopped. Looked at the page. The notes took up more space than the essay itself. I had given a student more detailed feedback than anyone in 2 years. A student I had been told to monitor. A student who had sat in the front row and asked a question that was still, 8 days later, running in a quiet loop somewhere in the back of my head. I have high standards, I thought. I wrote it to myself like it was a note. Like if I stated it clearly enough it would be the explanation. This is what high standards look like. Nothing else. I put his essay at the bottom of the stack. I picked up the next one. I was halfway back to my office from the faculty workroom on Monday when I heard him behind me. Dr. Clark. I knew the voice. I had not memorized the voice. I had simply heard it enough times in a classroom context that I recognized it, which was normal, which was what happened when you taught the same group twice a week. I turned around. Dr. Oliver Strath was walking toward me with the specific energy of someone who had timed the moment deliberately. He was 61 years old, had been in the department for 30 years, and had voted against my hire with enough force that 2 other committee members had told me about it separately, unprompted, as though they wanted me to know what I was walking into. He was smiling. I hear you have the Callahan boy this semester, he said. I have a number of students this semester, I said. Of course, of course. He stopped a comfortable distance away, hands in his coat pockets, still smiling. He's a high-profile one, though. Draft candidate. Lots of eyes on him. He paused meaningfully. And by extension, on whoever's responsible for his academic progress. I'm responsible for the academic progress of all 27 students in that section equally. Naturally. He said it the way people say naturally when they mean the opposite. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of the optics of the situation. Given that you're still relatively new here and building your reputation. I looked at him. I appreciate the concern, I said. Don't let him coast. These athlete types are, well, charming. That's the word. They're used to things going smoothly for them and they have ways of making sure they do. He tilted his head. I'm sure you understand. Completely, I said. Have a good afternoon, Dr. Strath. I turned and walked. I walked down the corridor and around the corner and through the door of my office, and I closed it behind me and stood with my back against it. My hands were shaking. Not from fear. The distinction mattered. Not fear, because I had done nothing wrong and I was going to continue doing nothing wrong, and there was nothing for Oliver Strath or anyone else to point at. I knew that with complete certainty. My hands were shaking because I understood, with equal certainty, that it wouldn't always matter. I stood there until they stopped. Then I sat down, opened my laptop, and pulled up the ETHC 401 grade book. 27 names. 27 identical cells. Every grade earned, every submission timestamped, every comment logged. I looked at the row third from the top. Callahan, R. I closed the laptop. I was going to be so careful. I was going to be so completely, perfectly, documentably careful. I just needed to make sure the care didn't look like something else from the outside. The problem with that thought, the thing that kept me at my desk for another hour after I should have left, was that I was only half certain what it was from the inside. Chapter 5. On Ice. Writer's POV. The puck dropped and everything else stopped existing. That's the only way I can explain it to someone who's never played. It's not focus, not exactly. Focus sounds like effort. This was the opposite of effort. This was the whole world narrowing to one small piece of black rubber and the space between me and it and every other body on the ice, and everything that had been living in my head, ETHC 401, the essay, office hours, my father's last voicemail I hadn't called back yet, all of it just went quiet. We were playing St. Francis. Second-ranked team in the conference. Their top line had a combined total of 41 goals on the season, and their defenseman, Briggs, had sent 2 players to the injury report in the last 3 weeks. Both times the refs had called it clean. I'd watched the tape. I knew exactly what Briggs was going to do and when and where on the ice he thought he could get away with it. 3rd minute of the first period, I had the puck along the boards on the left side, and I could feel him coming up behind me the way you feel weather, a specific pressure, a shift in the air. I moved the puck to Jonas a half second before Briggs hit the boards where I'd been standing. The crowd noise went up a level. Nice, Jonas said, already moving. We went. I can't explain what happens on the ice the way I can explain things that happen in real time, in normal speed. Hockey doesn't move in normal speed. It moves in the space between decisions. You read it and respond, and the reading and the responding happen at the same time, no gap, no thinking in between. You put in the hours until your body knows before your brain does. I put in a lot of hours. We scored in the 7th minute. Jonas set it up, a clean pass from behind the net, and I was already where I needed to be, and the shot went in at the near post, and I heard the arena before I processed what had happened. 3 goals. That's what I had by the second intermission. 3 goals and an assist and 12 minutes of ice time, which is 4 more than usual, because Harwick had been feeding me the power play all night and the power play had been working. In the locker room between periods, Harwick stood at the board and talked about the 3rd period like a general talks about the last mile of a long march, careful, specific, no celebration yet. Marcus was next to me on the bench, tape around his wrist, not looking at me. Marcus had 2 assists and he was good enough to know that tonight was not his night, and he hated nights that weren't his. Callahan, Harwick said. Briggs is going to come after you in the 3rd. He does it every time we get a lead against St. Francis. I know. I want clean hockey. No retaliating. When do I ever retaliate? Harwick gave me the look. The one that meant he knew exactly when, and he hadn't forgotten, and it was irrelevant to the current conversation, but he was noting it. Clean, he said again. We won 4-1. I didn't retaliate when Briggs elbowed me in the back of the head in the third period. I skated away, which was the hardest skating I did all night. The scout found me before I'd finished taking off my pads. He came in with one of the team managers, which meant Harwick had let him in, which meant this was a scheduled thing that nobody had mentioned to me. He was younger than I expected, maybe early 30s, gray jacket, the kind of professional neutral that people wear when their job is to observe and not give anything away. Ryder Callahan, he said. Tom Dorsey. I'm with the Falcons organization. He held out a hand. I shook it. Good game tonight, he said. Thanks. You're comfortable under pressure. That's the thing you can't teach. He said it like he was thinking out loud, not complimenting me. Like it was data. We've been watching the season. We like what we see. Around me the locker room was doing the particular performance that happens when a scout is in the room, everyone acting like they're not watching, everyone watching. Appreciate that, I said. We'll be in touch through your agent. He paused. You have representation. Working on it. Good. Do it soon. He looked at me in that flat professional way. One thing I want to ask about directly. Okay. Academic eligibility. You've got one course outstanding. Ethics, right? My stomach tightened. Just slightly. I kept my face still. Yeah, I said. ETHC 401. I'm on track. Good. Because we've had situations with draft candidates who ran into academic issues in the final semester. Eligibility gets murky, the timeline shifts, teams get cautious. He wasn't being threatening. He was just saying it like what it was, information. Stay on track. I will. He nodded. Handed me a card. Good game, Callahan. He left. I sat with the card in my hand and looked at it for a second. Then I put it in my bag and went back to unlacing my skates. Falcons, Jonas said, from beside me. Quiet enough that only I heard it. That's real. Yeah. You good? Yeah. I was. I was completely fine. I was on track and the game had gone well and the Falcons were interested and everything was moving the way it was supposed to move. Then Marcus sat down on the bench on my other side. He didn't say anything right away. He took his gloves off and turned them over in his hands, and I'd known Marcus Vance for 2 years and I knew that the silence before he spoke was always the loudest part. Heard you're having trouble in Clark's class, he said. I stopped moving. Where'd you hear that? Around. He shrugged, still looking at his gloves. Just what I heard. Then what you heard is wrong. Okay. He stood up. Just figured you'd want to know what people were saying. Especially with scouts in the building. He looked at me for 1 second, that flat, measuring look that I'd never trusted and never been able to name. Wouldn't want anything to mess up your timeline. He walked to the other side of the locker room. I sat still. Jonas leaned in. Did he just? Don't. Ryder. Not here. I finished taking my gear off. I showered. I signed 2 jerseys in the hallway outside the locker room and took 2 photos and said the things you say and smiled the way you smile, and then I drove home. The note was on the floor inside my door. Someone had pushed it through the gap at the bottom, which meant they'd been in the building, which meant it wasn't random. Plain white paper. Folded once. No envelope. I picked it up. Unfolded it. 1 line of handwriting. Printed, not cursive. Block letters, like whoever wrote it didn't want to be identified by their handwriting. Some things can't be traded for a contract. I stood in my hallway for a long time. I turned it over. Blank on the back. No name. No explanation. No signature. I read it again. Then I walked to my desk and put it down under my notebook and sat on the edge of my bed and looked at the wall. Some things can't be traded for a contract. The thing was, I wasn't trying to trade anything. I was going to class. I was doing the work. I was showing up to office hours because Jonas bet me $5, and I was writing honest essays because she told me to, and I was staying on track for my father and for the draft and for every morning at 6 a.m. for the last 4 years. I wasn't trading anything. But whoever wrote that note thought I was. Or they wanted me to think they did. I picked up my phone. Put it down. Picked it up again. I didn't call anyone. I lay back on my bed and stared at the ceiling and thought about a handwriting I didn't recognize and a warning I didn't ask for and a question I'd asked in an office hours session that I still didn't have a clean answer to. Some things are worth losing for. I'd said that. I'd meant it about hockey. I was starting to wonder if it meant something else now, and that thought scared me more than anything Marcus Vance had ever done on or off the ice. Chapter 6, Ilara. The Department. Faculty Meeting. Dr. Strath raises the issue of grade inflation in courses with high athlete enrollment. He doesn't name Ilara, he doesn't have to. Dean Sorensen listens with his head slightly tilted, the way predators listen. Ilara leaves the meeting and sits in her car for 7 minutes before she can drive. That night she reviews her grading policy. She hasn't given Ryder a single point he didn't earn. Asterisk cliffhanger, she finds his latest assignment in her bag on the way home. She'd taken it home without realizing. She starts reading. She finishes. She sits in the dark for a long time. Asterisk Chapter 7, Ryder. Copper Tap. Off-campus bar. Ryder goes with Jonas and the team. Dr. Clark is there, with Priya, clearly not expecting to see any of her students. Their eyes meet across the room. Neither of them moves for a full beat. Then Jonas says something and Ryder looks away. But later, at the bar, they end up standing next to each other waiting for drinks. Out of uniform, out of context. She's softer. He's more careful. They speak for 4 minutes about absolutely nothing. It's the most charged 4 minutes of either of their weeks. Asterisk cliffhanger, Ryder walks home alone and texts Jonas, "Don't say anything." Jonas replies, "I haven't said a word." Then, yet. Asterisk Chapter 8, Ilara. 3 inches. The personal bubble has been breached and Ilara knows it. She institutes a rule for herself, 3 inches of desk between them at all times. She rereads the university's faculty-student fraternization policy. It's clear. She knew it was clear. The policy isn't the problem. The problem is that she caught herself checking if his truck was in the lot before she walked into her building this morning. Asterisk cliffhanger, an anonymous complaint is filed with the Ethics Board. Subject, unnamed. Nature, grade impropriety favoring a student athlete. Ilara doesn't know yet. Asterisk the narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 6, Ilara. The Department. Faculty Meeting. Dr. Strath raises the issue of grade inflation in courses with high athlete enrollment. He doesn't name Ilara, he doesn't have to. Dean Sorensen listens with his head slightly tilted, the way predators listen. Ilara leaves the meeting and sits in her car for 7 minutes before she can drive. That night she reviews her grading policy. She hasn't given Ryder a single point he didn't earn. Asterisk cliffhanger, she finds his latest assignment in her bag on the way home. She'd taken it home without realizing. She starts reading. She finishes. She sits in the dark for a long time, asterisk. Chapter 7, Ryder. Copper Tap. Off-campus bar. Ryder goes with Jonas and the team. Dr. Clark is there, with Priya, clearly not expecting to see any of her students. Their eyes meet across the room. Neither of them moves for a full beat. Then Jonas says something and Ryder looks away. But later, at the bar, they end up standing next to each other waiting for drinks. Out of uniform, out of context. She's softer. He's more careful. They speak for 4 minutes about absolutely nothing. It's the most charged 4 minutes of either of their weeks. Asterisk cliffhanger, Ryder walks home alone and texts Jonas, "Don't say anything." Jonas replies, "I haven't said a word." Then, yet. Asterisk. Chapter 8, Ilara. 3 inches. The personal bubble has been breached and Ilara knows it. She institutes a rule for herself, 3 inches of desk between them at all times. She rereads the university's faculty-student fraternization policy. It's clear. She knew it was clear. The policy isn't the problem. The problem is that she caught herself checking if his truck was in the lot before she walked into her building this morning. Asterisk cliffhanger, an anonymous complaint is filed with the ethics board. Subject, unnamed. Nature, grade impropriety favoring a student athlete. Ilara doesn't know yet, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 6. The Department. Ilara's POV. The faculty meeting was on a Wednesday at 4 o'clock, which was already the worst time for a meeting. Everyone was tired. Everyone had somewhere else to be. Everyone sat around the long table in the third-floor conference room and drank bad coffee and waited for it to be over. I sat near the middle. Not at the end where the junior faculty clustered, that would have looked like I was hiding. Not at the head where Sorensen sat, that would have looked like something else. Middle, left side, notebook open, pen ready. Strath was across from me and 3 seats down. He hadn't looked at me since the meeting started. That was the first sign. When Strath ignored me, it meant he was about to do something that required him to pretend I wasn't in the room. We got through 20 minutes of the meeting without incident. Enrollment numbers, curriculum review schedule, the library budget that was never enough and was again not enough. Sorensen sat at the head of the table with both hands flat on the surface in front of him and his head tilted very slightly to the right, which was what he did when he was listening to things he'd already made decisions about. I had learned to read the tilt in my first semester here. It never meant anything good. "One more item," Strath said. He said it casually, the way people say things they have planned carefully. "I've been looking at grade distributions across departments. Routine analysis." He opened a folder, an actual printed folder, which meant he had prepared this, which meant it was not routine. "I'm seeing some variance in sections with high athlete enrollment. The grades are running higher than in comparable sections." Nobody said anything. Sorensen's head tilted a fraction further. "I want to be clear," Strath continued, "I'm not pointing to any individual course or instructor. This is a pattern worth noting at the department level." He turned a page in his folder. "When students receive marks that aren't reflective of the work, it doesn't just affect our academic reputation. It affects their readiness. It does them a disservice." He still hadn't looked at me. That was the thing. He didn't have to. Everyone else in the room did, 2 quick glances, carefully neutral, the kind you make when you're pretending not to make them. I caught them both and I looked down at my notebook and I wrote nothing, because there was nothing to write, because none of this was about me. I knew it was about me. "Happy to discuss any concerns through the standard review process," I said. I kept my voice even. Professional. The exact temperature of someone who has nothing to defend. "My grade distributions are in the faculty portal. Fully documented." Of course, of course." Strath smiled. "As I said. No individual concern." Sorensen said, "Good. Worth keeping an eye on," across the board, and moved on to the last item on the agenda. The meeting ended at 4:42. I walked out at a normal pace. Down the stairs, not the elevator. Through the main doors. Across the parking lot to my car. I got in. I put my bag on the passenger seat. I put both hands on the steering wheel. I did not start the car. 7 minutes. That's how long I sat there. I watched the clock on the dash because watching something specific helped. 4:49. 4:50. 4:51. I breathed the way you're supposed to breathe when you're keeping something contained, steady, deliberate, in through the nose, out slow. He had not named me. He had not named my course. He had not named any student. He had not said a single thing that could be written down and used as evidence of anything. And every person in that room had looked at me. I had one section with high athlete enrollment. 1. ETHC 401. 17 weeks of documentation, 27 students, every grade marked and time-stamped and cross-referenced. If anyone pulled that data they would find exactly what they were supposed to find, a professor who graded on merit and nothing else. I knew that. The problem wasn't the data. The problem was that the story was already being written. And the story didn't need facts. It just needed a suggestion, a pattern, a head tilting slowly to the right while someone said I'm not pointing to any individual course. 4:56. I started the car. I reviewed every grade I had issued in 11 weeks of ETHC 401 that night. Not because I doubted them. I had never doubted them. I reviewed them because I needed to see the line in writing, the clean, documented line between what I gave and why I gave it, so that it existed somewhere outside my own head and couldn't be softened by the fact that I was the one who drew it. 27 students. 11 weeks. 6 assignments per student, not counting participation. 162 graded items, each with written feedback, each with a rubric score, each submitted and marked and recorded before any of them had a chance to talk to me outside of class. I went through every one. It took 3 hours. At the end of 3 hours I knew what I already knew. I had not given a single student a mark they did not earn. Not a rounding favor, not a benefit of the doubt that tipped AB- to AB, nothing. Clean. Every row of the spreadsheet was clean. I closed my laptop. I picked up my bag to take it to the hook by the door, and something slid against the inside, the slight weight shift of loose papers, which shouldn't have been there because I kept my bag organized. I always kept my bag organized. I opened it. There was a folded assignment packet at the bottom. Under my planner, under the cable for my laptop. Printed, stapled, the student's name at the top right corner in the standard format. Callahan, Writer J. Assignment 3, Ethical Frameworks Applied. I stood in my hallway with it in my hand. I had graded it in my office. I remembered grading it in my office, at my desk, the afternoon it came in. I had written the feedback in red pen. I had stacked it with the others to return on Thursday. I had no memory of putting it in my bag. I walked to the couch and sat down. I told myself I would put it back in my bag and return it on Thursday with the others. That was the correct thing. That was what I should do. I opened it. His handwriting was the same as always, fast, slanting slightly right, the pen pressed harder than necessary on words he wanted to make a point with. The assignment had asked students to take one ethical framework from the semester and apply it to a real choice from their own life or field. He had written about a conversation. He hadn't named it as such, he had called it an interaction with a professional authority figure, which was either deliberate vagueness or the way a person wrote when they were trying to be precise and honest at the same time and weren't sure those two things were going to cooperate. The framework says that what makes an action ethical is whether you could will it to be a universal law. Whether everyone doing this thing would produce a world you'd want to live in. The conversation I'm thinking about, a person asks a question they genuinely don't know the answer to. Another person answers it honestly. Not because it benefits them professionally. Not because it makes anything easier. Because the question deserved a real answer. Is that ethical? By this framework, yes. If everyone answered real questions honestly, the world works better. The framework is satisfied. But the framework doesn't cover the part where the honest answer creates a problem. Where two people being honest with each other turns into something neither of them asked for. Where the question starts meaning more than the question. I don't think Kant covered that part. Maybe nobody has. I read it twice. Then I put it face down on the cushion beside me and I sat in the dark for a long time. I hadn't turned a light on when I came in. I realized that now. I was sitting in my own living room in the dark and outside the window the campus lights were orange against the winter sky and somewhere in my chest, under everything I had built and maintained and documented and defended, something was pulling in a direction I had specifically told it not to go. I turned the paper back over. I looked at his name at the top. I put it in my bag. I turned on the light. I made tea I didn't drink and went to bed at midnight and stared at the ceiling and thought about a man who said Kant hadn't covered it, and the honest, terrible thing was that I wasn't sure he was wrong. Chapter 7. Copper Tap. Writer's POV. Jonas had 3 reasons for going to the Copper Tap on a Thursday night. 1. We'd won Tuesday's practice game against the second-line squad and Harwick had given us Friday morning off, which in hockey terms was basically a national holiday. 2. Dimitri's birthday. Dimitri was our starting goalie, he was turning 22, and he had a specific policy about his birthday that involved being somewhere loud with bad lighting and a dartboard. 3. Jonas had been watching me eat dinner alone in the apartment for 4 nights straight and he had decided, in the wordless way he decided most things, that this needed to stop. He didn't say that third part. He said, Dimitri's birthday, let's go, and threw my jacket at me from across the room. We went. The Copper Tap was 12 minutes off campus and 100 years old and smelled like wood and spilled beer and decades of other people's Thursday nights. It was the kind of bar that didn't try to be anything, which was why everyone liked it. Low ceilings, long bar down one side, booths along the other, and in the back a dartboard and a pool table that only leveled correctly if you knew which leg to kick. Dimitri was already there when we arrived, which meant he'd been there for at least an hour. He had the whole back corner. Half the team was already seated, including Marcus, who was sitting on the outside end of the booth with his arm across the back of the seat in the way Marcus sat everywhere, like he was waiting for someone to ask him about it. I took the stool at the edge of the group. Jonas slid in beside me. You're buying Dimitri's first round, Jonas said. I bought his last birthday. That's why you're on a streak. I flagged the bartender down and bought Dimitri's round. The bar was loud in the specific Thursday night way, not packed, but full, voices carrying over music carrying over the sound of the game on the TV above the bar. I wasn't watching the game. I wasn't watching anything in particular. I was present the way you're present when you're mostly somewhere else in your head, which I'd been for about 4 days straight ever since the note and Marcus's comment in the locker room and the specific feeling that something in the forward motion of my carefully arranged life had hit a small piece of resistance I hadn't planned for. I was on my second drink before I saw her. She was in the booth on the far side of the room, near the window, with another woman I didn't recognize. They were sitting across from each other with wine glasses between them, and the other woman was talking about something and using her hands, and Dr. Clark was listening with her elbow on the table and her chin in her hand, and she was almost smiling at whatever was being said. Almost. I had been in her class for 11 weeks. I had sat in her office for 40 minutes. I had read her feedback on 3 essays and replayed the office hours conversation more times than I was going to admit to anyone, including Jonas. I had never seen her almost smile. Then she looked up. I don't know what made her look up. The bar was busy enough that there was no reason her eyes would land on that specific spot at that specific moment. But they did. They found me across the room the way you find something you weren't looking for and recognize it immediately anyway. We both went still. Not for long. 3 seconds, maybe 4. Long enough that it registered as something, not just eye contact. She held it the same way she'd held it on the first day of class, steady, unreadable, giving nothing away. Then something at her table shifted and she looked back at her friend. I turned back to the bar. "You okay?" Jonas said. "Yep." He followed my eye line. He was subtle about it, which was the one subtle thing Jonas knew how to do. "Don't," I said. I didn't say anything. "Don't say anything." He picked up his beer. "Wasn't going to." I drank mine and talked to Dimitri about his birthday plans for the weekend and listened to 2 of the other guys argue about the game on TV, and I did not look across the room again for 45 minutes. Then I went to the bar to get another drink. She was already there. Not waiting at the bar with intent, she was standing at the far end with her card out, and the bartender was with someone else, and she was just waiting, the way everyone waited, looking at the bottles on the shelf behind the bar with the patient expression of someone who had been waiting in small lines their whole life and had made peace with it. I walked to the bar and stood 2 feet from her, and there was nothing calculated about any of it. She noticed me at the same moment I arrived. I watched it happen, the slight adjustment of her posture, the very brief moment where she made a decision about what her expression was going to do, and then the decision landing as neutral and composed and correct. "Mr. Callahan," she said. "Dr. Clark." I nodded at the bar. "Slow service tonight." "It's a busy Thursday." "Yeah." The bartender moved to the other end of the bar towards someone else. We waited. Out of the classroom she looked, different wasn't the right word, because she looked exactly the same. Same composed face, same way of holding herself, same measured way of existing in a space. But without the desk between us and the 26 other people in the room and the whole architecture of professor and student holding everything in its correct position, the sameness felt different. Like seeing a painting outside the museum it was made for. Still the same painting. Just more visible somehow. She was wearing a dark green jacket over a plain shirt. Her hair was down. I had only seen it up. I looked at the bar. "Good game Tuesday," she said. I looked at her. She was still watching the bar, not me. Her voice had been perfectly even. Casual. The way anyone said it. "You watched?" I saw the score. Faculty email. She paused. The department sends game updates for high-visibility athletic events. It's meant to encourage school spirit. Does it work? She glanced at me. I looked up the final score. I'm not sure that qualifies as spirit. It's a start. The bartender came back. She ordered wine. I ordered a beer. We stood slightly apart while the bartender moved, and the bar was loud around us and nobody at my table was looking over, or if they were pretending not to, which Jonas was absolutely doing, and for 4 minutes we stood at the bar and talked. Not about class. Not about the essay or the trolley problem or anything that lived inside the walls of room 204. We talked about the bar. She'd never been here before, Priya had picked it. I told her about the pool table and the leg you had to kick. She said she didn't play pool. I said it wasn't really about pool, it was about whether you could figure out the system before the other person did. She looked at the pool table in the back and then back at me. I'd probably figure it out, she said. I know, I said. She paid for her wine. She picked it up. She looked at me for 1 second, that steady, 2-beat look I was starting to know, and then she said, "Good night, Mr. Callahan," and walked back to her table. I stood at the bar until my beer came. I drank half of it without moving. 4 minutes. That's all it was. We had talked about a pool table and school spirit emails and nothing, absolutely nothing that meant anything, and I had stood in that bar and felt more seen than I had in any conversation in the past 6 months. That was the problem. I paid and went back to my table and sat down, and I did not look across the room for the rest of the night. I walked home alone at 11:30. It was cold enough that my breath made fog and the pavement was starting to get that shine that meant ice by morning, and I walked with my hands in my pockets and my head down, and I thought about 4 minutes at a bar and a woman saying I'd probably figure it out and the exact tone she'd said it in. I pulled out my phone. Opened my messages to Jonas. Typed, "Don't say anything." His reply came back in under 10 seconds. I haven't said a word. I put my phone back in my pocket. Kept walking. It buzzed. I took it out. Yet. I looked at that word for a long time standing on a cold sidewalk in the dark. Then I put my phone away and kept walking, and I didn't text back, because there was nothing to say back, and because Jonas knowing was already enough of a problem without putting words around it. Chapter 8. 3 inches. Ilara's POV. I checked the parking lot at 7:48 in the morning. I want to be clear about the timeline, because the timeline is important. It was 7:48. I had arrived early, I always arrived early, I had always arrived early, this was not new behavior. I parked in the faculty lot, gathered my bag, and walked toward the building. And I looked at the student lot. It was automatic. That's what I told myself. You look at what's around you when you walk from your car to a building. It's what I do. I was not specifically looking for a dark blue pickup truck in the third row from the back. I found it anyway. I kept walking. I made it all the way up to my office. I made coffee with the small machine I kept on the bookshelf. I opened my laptop and pulled up my lecture notes for the day. I sat down and looked at those notes for 5 full minutes before I admitted, in the specific private language I used when I was forcing myself to be honest, exactly what had just happened. I had checked if his truck was there. Not because it was relevant. Not because his attendance affected anything I needed to plan. Not for any reason that lived inside the 16 pages of the student-faculty relations policy I had read, reread. Technically, I had read it twice already this semester in the first week before classes started, which was clear and thorough, and which I had no intention of violating. I had checked because I had wanted to know if he was in the building. I put my coffee down. I opened the policy document on my laptop. Not because I needed to, I knew what it said. I knew it the way you know the speed limit on a road you drive every day. But knowing a thing and reading it in official language are different enough that I read it again. Faculty members are expected to maintain professional boundaries with students enrolled in their courses. Any relationship that could be perceived as preferential, intimate, or compromising of academic integrity is subject to review under university conduct guidelines. This includes, but is not limited to, private communication outside of official office hours, social contact in non-professional settings, and any behavior that creates the appearance of favoritism. Any relationship that could be perceived. Not any relationship that was. Any relationship that could be perceived as. I had stood at a bar and spoken for 4 minutes about a pool table. I had walked home with Priya afterward, and Priya had said exactly nothing about it, which was its own kind of statement. Priya silent was louder than Priya talking. You're quiet, Priya had said, when we were halfway to the car. I'm always quiet. You're specifically quiet. I had watched my breath make fog in the cold air. I need to be more careful. More careful than what? Priya had asked. Not unkindly. Just directly. I hadn't answered. More careful than checking parking lots. More careful than standing at a bar for 4 minutes talking about nothing. More careful than taking a student's paper home in the bottom of my bag and reading it in the dark and thinking about what it meant that he'd written. Maybe nobody has covered that part. I needed 3 inches. That was the specific thought I had at my desk at 8:15 on a Tuesday morning with my coffee going cold beside me. 3 inches of desk at all times. 3 inches between us and the office, 3 inches of professional space in every interaction, 3 inches of clear and documented distance that said, this is what this is, and this is all it is. It was a small, strange thought to have about a student. That was the part one kept returning to. I had been teaching for 4 years. I had had students who were interesting and students who were exceptional and students who were funny and students who were infuriating, and I had maintained clean, professional, well-documented relationships with every single one of them without ever having to institute a 3-inch rule in my own head. The rule was new. The rule was necessary because something else was new. I closed the policy document. I opened my lecture notes. I read them with the specific attention of someone trying to occupy the whole surface of their own mind with something useful. At 9 o'clock I went to class. He sat in the second row. Not the front row, he had moved back 1 row since week 3, which I had noted and not noted. He sat on the left side with his notebook open and his pen already in hand when I walked in, which meant he had been there early. I had seen him arrive early twice now without confirming I was looking for it, which was exactly the kind of thing I needed to stop doing. I put my notes on the desk. I turned to the board. 3 inches. Last week we talked about framework as a limiting structure, I said. The argument being that ethical frameworks constrain the decision space. Today I want to challenge that. Is a framework a constraint, or is it a map? Someone in the back asked what the difference was. A constraint stops you, I said. A map shows you where you are. I looked at the room, middle row, right side, a student named Jada who always had good instincts. Jada. If I give you a map that shows a cliff, am I constraining you, or informing you? Informing, Jada said. But if I don't want to see the cliff? Then the map becomes a constraint, I said. Exactly. I moved to the other side of the board. The question for today is whether ethical frameworks are tools we use or structures we're inside. Because those are different things, and which one you believe has implications for both. I stopped. I looked at the second row. Ryder had his pen down. He wasn't performing the interruption, he said it quietly enough that only the people immediately around him had heard. He wasn't looking at me with the satisfied expression of someone who wanted to be noticed. He was just saying what he thought. Explain, I said. He shifted in his chair slightly. A map is a tool when you pick it up. The second you start making decisions based on it, you're inside it. The framework shapes the decision even if you don't mean it to. He paused. That's not bad necessarily. That's just what a framework is. The room was quiet in the good way, the way it got when someone had said something that actually required a moment. So what's the difference between using a framework and being used by one? I said. Whether you know it's happening, he said. I wrote it on the board. I did not look at him when I wrote it. I looked at the board and I wrote the words and I kept the 3 inches and I taught the rest of the class with the specific, careful precision of someone performing their own professional standards for an audience of no one but themselves. It worked. Mostly. Priya found me in the faculty workroom at 4 o'clock, refilling my coffee for the 3rd time and pretending to read a memo. How was class, she said. Good. Good or? Good, Priya. She poured her own coffee. Leaned against the counter. You know, 3 different people in the grad program have asked me about Ryder Callahan this week. I looked at her. Apparently he's been in the library, she said. Reading. She said reading the way you'd say it if it was slightly surprising. The actual reading. Not just the syllabus PDFs, full texts. That's what students do. For this class specifically. She held her mug with both hands. People are noticing. People should mind their own business. People at universities do not mind their own business. That's practically their full-time job. She said it without cruelty. Just fact. I'm telling you because you should know what the ambient noise is. I drank my coffee. The ambient noise is nothing, I said. He's a student who is doing his work. That's the story. Priya nodded slowly. Okay. That is the story. I heard you. Good. She looked at me for a second. I waited. Just, be deliberate, she said. Whatever you're doing. Be deliberate about it. That's all. I looked at my coffee. I always am. She nodded again. She didn't say anything else. She took her coffee and left me in the workroom with the memo I wasn't reading and the afternoon light flattening out through the small window above the copier. I was deliberate. I had always been deliberate. I had built an entire professional life out of being deliberate, out of knowing exactly what I was doing and why and what the documentation looked like and whether it could be questioned. I was deliberate. I was also checking parking lots. I threw the memo in the recycling bin, picked up my bag, and went home. That night, at 9:47, the ethics board received a complaint. I didn't know that yet. I was at my kitchen table with the week's graded work in front of me and my laptop open and a cup of tea that had gone cold 40 minutes ago. I was writing feedback on a paper that deserved more than it had done and trying to find the language that would push the student forward without making them feel like they'd failed. I was doing my job. Exactly my job. Nothing else. At 9:47 someone filed an anonymous complaint with Hartwell University's Academic Ethics Board regarding potential grade impropriety in a course with high athlete enrollment. The subject of the complaint was unnamed. I did not know it had happened. I kept writing feedback until 10:30, then closed my laptop and washed my mug and went to bed and slept better than I had in a week, which was either peace of mind or the specific, dangerous calm of someone who had organized everything carefully and didn't yet know what was coming. The quiet never means nothing is happening. It just means you can't hear it yet. Chapter 9, Writer. Plot point I, the paper. Writer turns in a midterm paper that stuns Ilara. It's the best work she's received from any student this semester. She marks it accordingly, an A. She thinks about it for 3 seconds, then marks it anyway. Because it is what it is. What she doesn't know, Marcus saw Writer working on that paper for 2 weeks. Marcus is the one who filed the complaint. Asterisk cliffhanger, Writer is called to Coach Harwick's office. Harwick has heard about the complaint. He doesn't tell Writer who filed it. He says, I need you focused. Whatever is happening in that classroom, end it. Asterisk Chapter 10, Ilara. Summoned. Ilara is summoned to Dean Sorensen's office. She is told there is a preliminary inquiry into her grading practices for ETHC 401. She is told nothing about who filed the complaint or what specifically is alleged. She is told to continue teaching normally. Sorensen's eyes tell her he already has a verdict. She goes home. She does not cry. She makes tea. She goes over every grade she's issued this semester, every comment, every interaction with every student. And she realizes, with cold clarity, she is guilty of nothing, and that may not matter. Asterisk cliffhanger, she calls her mother. Her mother says, come home, Ilara. She says, not yet. Asterisk Chapter 11, Writer. Distance. Writer goes cold. Harwick told him to end it, he's ending it. He stops going to office hours. He sits in the back row. He turns in minimal work. He is protecting her the only way he knows how, by becoming unreachable. The class notices. Ilara notices. She keeps her expression still as stone. Asterisk cliffhanger, after class, she stops him at the door. She says, very quietly, whatever you think you're doing, it's not helping either of us. He looks at her for one long second. Then, with respect, Dr. Clark, I know exactly what I'm doing. He leaves, asterisk the narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 9, Writer. Plot point I, the paper. Writer turns in a midterm paper that stuns Elara. It's the best work she's received from any student this semester. She marks it accordingly, an A. She thinks about it for 3 seconds, then marks it anyway. Because it is what it is. What she doesn't know, Marcus saw Writer working on that paper for 2 weeks. Marcus is the one who filed the complaint. Asterisk cliffhanger, Writer is called to Coach Harwick's office. Harwick has heard about the complaint. He doesn't tell Writer who filed it. He says, I need you focused. Whatever is happening in that classroom, end it. Asterisk. Chapter 10, Elara. Summoned. Elara is summoned to Dean Sorensen's office. She is told there is a preliminary inquiry into her grading practices for ETHC 401. She is told nothing about who filed the complaint or what specifically is alleged. She is told to continue teaching normally. Sorensen's eyes tell her he already has a verdict. She goes home. She does not cry. She makes tea. She goes over every grade she's issued this semester, every comment, every interaction with every student. And she realizes, with cold clarity, she is guilty of nothing, and that may not matter. Asterisk cliffhanger, she calls her mother. Her mother says, come home, Elara. She says, not yet. Asterisk. Chapter 11, Writer. Distance. Writer goes cold. Harwick told him to end it, he's ending it. He stops going to office hours. He sits in the back row. He turns in minimal work. He is protecting her the only way he knows how, by becoming unreachable. The class notices. Elara notices. She keeps her expression still as stone. Asterisk cliffhanger, after class, she stops him at the door. She says, very quietly, whatever you think you're doing, it's not helping either of us. He looks at her for one long second. Then, with respect, Dr. Clark, I know exactly what I'm doing. He leaves, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 9. Plot point I, the paper. Writer's POV. I wrote the midterm paper in 14 days. That's not something I do. I am a the night before type of person. I have been a the night before type of person since middle school, and it has never failed me badly enough to change the habit. You read the material, you form an argument, you write it down, you submit it, you move on. 14 days was not my system. But this paper had a question I couldn't leave alone. Evaluate a real-world ethical failure. Identify the framework that was violated, the moment the failure became inevitable, and the single decision that, made differently, could have changed the outcome. I had written 3 different versions of it on 3 different topics before I admitted what I actually wanted to write about. My father's injury. Cal Callahan, age 28, playing his 4th season of minor league hockey in a city 300 miles from where he'd grown up with his wife and his 4-year-old son. 4th season, 3 call-up opportunities that hadn't stuck, 1 more year on his contract, 1 more real shot at the thing he'd been building toward since he was 9 years old with tape on his wrists and bad skates on bad ice. The night his knee gave out, his team was down by 1 in the 3rd period. He'd been playing hurt for 2 weeks. Not injured and listed hurt. Hurt and hiding it hurt. The kind of hurt where you know something is wrong and you say nothing because the alternative is sitting out, and sitting out means the call-up opportunity goes to someone who isn't sitting out. The team doctor had asked him twice if he was okay. He had said yes twice. That was the failure. Not the knee was the consequence. The failure was the system that made a 28-year-old man with a 4-year-old at home choose between his health and his career and built the choice so that only one answer was acceptable. Who was responsible for that? The player who lied. The doctor who accepted the lie. The organization that built the structure where lying was the rational choice. I wrote about all 3. I used every framework we'd covered in the semester. I argued that the deontological failure was the organization's. They had a duty to make honest reporting safe, and they didn't. I argued that the consequentialist failure was the doctor's. The outcome of asking twice and accepting the answer was worse than the outcome of pushing harder would have been. I argued that my father's failure was the most human one and therefore the most forgivable. He was making the only choice the system gave him access to. I didn't say it was my father. I said a player. I said a team. But I wrote every word like it mattered, because it did, because it always had, because the whole reason I was in ETHC 401 at 8 in the morning in the front row was sitting 300 miles away with a bad knee and a proud face and a bus ticket to every home game. I submitted it at 11:44 on a Tuesday night. 14 days after she'd assigned it. 3 days before it was due. I went to sleep and I didn't dream about it, which is how I knew I'd written the true version. Marcus noticed I'd been working on it. I didn't know he'd noticed. We shared a practice schedule and a locker room and the specific proximity of 2 people who wanted the same thing and were running out of room. I'd been in the film room 3 nights that week reviewing tape, not unusual for me, unusual enough for Marcus to remark on it, once, sideways, when we were walking out of the rink. Big paper coming up, he'd said. Midterm. Clark's class. Only class I have. He'd nodded. Said nothing else. I'd thought nothing of it because Marcus always said things that sounded like nothing and sometimes they were. I understand now that they never were. Harwick called me into his office on a Thursday. Not after practice, not at a scheduled time, a text to my phone at 1 in the afternoon that said my office 3 p.m. with no punctuation and no explanation, which was how Harwick communicated everything from good game to your career is on fire. I knocked at 3 exactly. Close the door, he said. I closed it. Sat in the chair across from his desk. Harwick's office looked like a man who had spent 30 years telling other people what to do and had never gotten around to telling his own space to organize itself. Trophy plaques on one wall. A whiteboard covered in line formations on the other. 2 framed photos on the desk I'd never seen clearly. He was looking at his desk when I came in and he kept looking at it for a moment after I sat down, which was a Harwick thing. He made you wait in silence until he was ready, and he timed it deliberately, and you either sat with it or you didn't, and sitting with it was always the right answer. You know what a preliminary inquiry is, he said. Something cold moved through my chest. No, I said. It means someone filed a complaint. Ethics board. About a course. He looked at me directly now. About grading practices in a course with athlete enrollment. I kept my face still. The complaint is anonymous, he said. I'm not going to tell you who filed it because I don't know who filed it. He paused. What I do know is that when a complaint exists, everyone attached to the situation gets scrutinized. The student. The professor. He leaned back in his chair. You understand what I'm saying. I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't say you did. My grades in that course are. Callahan. He said it flat. Not angry, just cutting through. I'm not interested in whether your grades are earned. I know you do your work. I've got your academic record right here and it's clean. He tapped the folder on his desk without opening it. What I'm interested in is the appearance. Because appearance is what they work with when they don't have facts. I was quiet. Whatever is happening in that classroom, he said, I need you to end it. Nothing is happening. Then end the nothing. He held my eyes. You are 14 weeks from the draft combine. You have scouts watching your games, your grades, your associations. I have a conversation scheduled with Dorsey's organization next month and I need the conversation to be about your skating, not about a faculty review. He picked up a pen, put it down. I'm not asking you to stop doing your work. I'm asking you to be invisible. Get your grade and get out and give nobody anything to look at. I sat with it. He was right. The math was simple. Keep your head down, pass the course, collect your eligibility, move on. That was the plan before August. That was the plan before the front row and office hours and 4 minutes at a bar that I'd replayed more times than I'd admitted to anyone including myself. The plan hadn't changed. Okay, I said. Good. He stood, which meant the meeting was over. You're starting Saturday. Make sure your head is in the right building. I stood. Picked up my bag. Coach. I stopped at the door. The complaint, did they name the professor specifically? Harwick looked at me for a long moment. Long enough that I knew he was deciding how much to say. The complaint doesn't need to name anyone specifically, he said. That's the thing about these inquiries. They cast wide and let the institution decide where the net falls. I nodded. I walked out. I went down the corridor and out of the athletics building into the cold and I stood on the steps for a full minute with my hands in my pockets and my breath making fog and I thought about a net being cast wide and where it was going to fall. She hadn't done anything wrong. The grade on my paper, whatever it was, she gave me what I earned. That was all she had ever done. If there was a complaint about favoritism, it was built from nothing, from proximity and assumption and whatever Marcus had seen in the film room and decided to use. Marcus. I didn't know it was him. I still didn't know. But I knew the shape of it. I knew the kind of move it was. I knew who on this team was watching my trajectory with enough investment to throw something in its path. I pulled out my phone. I wanted to text Jonas. I wanted to tell someone. I wanted to sit in the apartment and talk through the specific cold feeling in my chest that had nothing to do with the weather. Instead I went to practice. I skated as hard as I could for 2 hours and I said nothing to anyone, and the cold feeling didn't leave, and I was still thinking about a wide net and where it fell when I finally stopped moving. Chapter 10. Summoned. Ilara's POV. The email came on a Friday morning at 7:52. It was from the office of the Dean of Academic Affairs. Subject line, meeting request, Monday, 9 a.m. No further detail. Just, please confirm your availability for a brief meeting in Dean Sorensen's office regarding a departmental matter. Departmental matter. I read it 3 times. Then I closed my laptop, opened it again, and replied, confirmed. I'll be there at 9. I taught my morning class. I held office hours. I ate lunch at my desk because I had forgotten to go anywhere and realized I wasn't hungry anyway. I drove home. I made tea. I sat at my kitchen table and I opened my laptop and I did not check the email again because I had already memorized it. Departmental matter. I knew. I didn't know the specifics, I didn't know what had been alleged or who had alleged it or what form the complaint had taken. But I knew what a Friday morning email from the Dean of Academic Affairs was in the current climate of my department. I knew what it meant when Strath raised grade distribution at a faculty meeting and 2 weeks later a meeting appeared on your calendar with no agenda. I made a second cup of tea. I got out my laptop and opened the ETHC 401 grade book and I went through it again. Every assignment. Every student. Every timestamp, every rubric score, every comment I had written. I did this for 2 hours. Not because I didn't know what I would find, I knew exactly what I would find, but because I needed the numbers in front of me. I needed the clean line between what I had done and why I had done it to be visible outside my own head, in a format that could not be argued with. At midnight I closed the grade book. The numbers were what they were. Every grade in that course was earned. Not approximately earned, not close enough that you could argue the benefit of the doubt, cleanly, documentably, fully earned, with written rationale and rubric evidence for each one. I was not guilty of anything. I sat in the quiet of my kitchen and held that fact carefully, the way you hold something fragile, because I'd been in institutions long enough to know that facts were not always the primary currency. Sorensen's office was on the 4th floor of the administration building, which was the nicest building on campus in the specific way that administration buildings were always the nicest buildings on campus. The carpet was a deep blue. The furniture was real wood. The assistant outside his door smiled at me with the practiced warmth of someone whose job required them to be pleasant to people walking into difficult situations. "Dr. Clark. He's ready for you." I thanked her. I walked in. Sorensen was at his desk. Dr. Strath was in the chair to the left, which I had not expected, and the surprise of it cost me exactly half a second before I controlled it. I sat in the chair across from the desk and I put my bag on the floor and I folded my hands in my lap and I looked at Sorensen. "Thank you for coming," Sorensen said. "Of course." He leaned forward slightly. He had a file folder in front of him that he didn't open. "I want to be straightforward with you, Dr. Clark. A complaint has been filed regarding grading practices in one of your sections this semester." "ETHC 401, I said. Something moved in his eyes. Barely. A small recalibration, as though he hadn't expected me to name it first. "The complaint is anonymous and preliminary at this stage. We are not at the point of a formal review." "What is the nature of the complaint?" "Potential grade impropriety in a course with significant athlete enrollment." He said it carefully. Clinically. Like something he'd written out in advance and was reading back. Specifically, that a student's marks may not reflect his performance relative to peers. I nodded once. "I'm happy to provide full documentation of my grading practices for that section. All 27 students. Every assignment, every rubric score, every comment. Time-stamped and filed. That would be helpful at the review stage. I can have it to you by end of today," I said. A pause. Strath shifted in his chair. Minimal. The kind of shift that meant he'd expected resistance and had gotten the opposite. "We're asking you to continue teaching normally," Sorensen said. "Nothing changes in your day-to-day at this stage." "Nothing has changed in my day-to-day," I said. "I've been teaching the section by the book since the first week." I looked at him steadily. "My documentation will reflect that." Sorensen held my eyes for a moment. His head was tilted to the right. I knew what that meant now. I watched him watch me, and I held it, and I didn't look away until he looked down at the folder he hadn't opened. "Good," he said. "We appreciate your cooperation." I stood. Picked up my bag. I looked at Strath for exactly 1 second, long enough to be counted, not long enough to become something he could use. "Good morning," I said. I walked out. I drove home. Not to my office, home. I called the department assistant from the car and said I was working remotely for the afternoon and could she hold any walk-ins. She said yes. I thanked her. I hung up and drove in silence and parked in my driveway and sat in the car for a moment with my hands flat on my thighs. I was not going to cry. I was furious. That was the honest word for it. Not scared. I had expected something like this from the week Strath raised grade distributions in the faculty meeting, and expecting something takes a portion of its power away. Not devastated. Furious. The clean, white-hot kind of furious that comes from being right about something and knowing that being right is going to cost you a significant amount of energy to prove. I was going to prove it. I went inside. I made tea. I sat at my kitchen table with my laptop and my grade book and my 3 years of documented academic practice and I built the file I had told Sorensen I would send by end of day. Every grade. Every comment. Every timestamp. I organized it by student, by assignment, by date, and then I organized it again by performance quartile so that anyone looking at the data could see in 30 seconds that no student in that section had received a grade their work didn't support. Including Ryder Callahan, who was sitting in the top quartile because that was where his work had put him, and whose paper on systemic ethical failure was currently the strongest midterm submission I had received in 4 semesters of teaching this course. I sent the file at 4:45. Then I sat at the table and drank the tea that had gone cold and thought about the fact that I was going to win the factual argument and that winning the factual argument was not the same as being safe. I knew that. I had known that since Oxford. Since the quiet, polite, fully documented professional dismantling that had happened there, not because anyone could prove I'd done anything wrong, but because the story had been convenient and I had been adjacent to it and adjacent was close enough. I picked up my phone. My mother picked up on the second ring. She always did, which had nothing to do with phone habits and everything to do with the fact that she had been waiting for me to call since August when I'd told her about the Strath situation and she'd said, Alara, not every institution is worth staying in, and I'd said I'm not leaving and she'd said I know in the specific way that meant she was going to be right eventually and she was not going to say she told me so. Hi, I said. Hi, sweetheart. Her voice. The whole architecture of childhood in 2 syllables. I told her about the meeting. Not dramatically, just the facts, in order, the way I told everything. She listened without interrupting, which was a skill she had spent years developing because her natural instinct was to interrupt and defend. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment. Come home, she said. Just for a weekend. Come home, sleep in your own room, let me feed you something. I looked at the empty mug in front of me. Not yet, I said. Alara. I'm not running from this. It would look like I'm running. It would look like a woman taking a weekend. Not right now, it wouldn't. I said it gently. She knew what I meant. I'm okay, Mum. I'm angry, but I'm okay. Being angry is okay. I know. You don't always act like you know. I almost smiled. I'll call you after I send the documentation. You already sent it. Then I'll call you tomorrow. She sighed, not the exasperated kind, the loving kind that sounded like worry wearing a calm face. I love you. I love you too. I put the phone down. I sat in the kitchen for a long time after that, not making tea, not opening the laptop. Just sitting. Outside the window the afternoon light was going gray and thin the way it did in February, losing the argument with the coming dark the way February always did, and I sat with the gray light and the empty mug and the clean, furious, fully documented knowledge that I had done nothing wrong. It was going to matter. I was going to make it matter. Not yet, I had said. I meant it. Chapter 11. Distance. Writer's POV. Going cold is a skill. I learned it young. You learn it on the ice first, the ability to take a hit, a bad call, a run of play that's going the wrong way, and go quiet inside yourself, not check out, not get emotional, just go to a place where the noise doesn't reach. It's not the same as not caring. It's almost the opposite. You care so much that you can't afford to feel it in real time, so you file it somewhere else and keep moving. I'd been going cold on ice since I was 12. I had never done it in a classroom before. But Harwick said end it and I didn't have a better idea, so on a Monday morning I walked into ETHC 401 and I went cold. I sat in the back row. The last row, the one I'd actively avoided all semester, the one where people sat when they'd already made up their minds about how much to participate. I put my bag on the desk and my notebook beside it and I looked at the front of the room and I made myself a face. She walked in. She put her books down. She turned around and did what she always did, scanned the room, filed it, moved on. When her eyes reached the back row they paused for exactly the amount of time that could have been nothing. Half a second. Less. She picked up the marker and turned to the board. Nothing changed in how she taught the class. She was the same, clear, fast, demanding, asking questions that didn't have clean answers and waiting with genuine patience for the class to sit in the discomfort of that. She called on students who weren't volunteering. She pushed back on answers that were good but not quite right. She did everything she always did. I said nothing. The guy next to me, a junior named Tate who had sat in the back since week 1, leaned over halfway through and said, "Thought you usually sat up front." "Changed my mind," I said. He shrugged. Went back to whatever he was doing that wasn't taking notes. It lasted 10 days. 10 days of the back row. 10 days of submitting minimum requirement work, not failing work. I wasn't trying to fail, I was trying to be unremarkable. Passing and forgettable. A student who got his grade and gave nobody anything to look at. I didn't go to office hours. I sat in the back. I wrote essays that said the correct things in the correct format and stopped asking questions. It was the hardest 2 weeks of my semester. Including the games. Including practice. Including the conversation with Harwick and the note under my door, and every morning waking up knowing something was in motion that I couldn't fully see. The hardest part wasn't being in the back row. The hardest part was watching her teach from 20 feet further away and feeling the specific distance like a temperature change, noticeable, constant, something your body registered before your brain told it to. Jonas said nothing. He watched me for 3 days and then he said, "You want to talk about it?" And I said no, and he said, "Okay," and that was the whole conversation. I didn't deserve Jonas. I've known that for 4 years. Marcus, meanwhile, was doing the other thing. The opposite thing. He started talking about the class openly in the locker room, not to me, never to me directly, but within range, the way you put things in someone's space without handing them over. Clark gave back the midterms. Heard some grades were interesting. That kind of thing. Low, easy, just loud enough. I didn't respond. I watched him the way I watched opposing forwards, cataloging, noting patterns, keeping it in peripheral vision where it belonged. He'd filed the complaint. I was almost certain now. I didn't have proof and I wasn't going to do anything with a certainty I couldn't document, but the shape of it was his. The timing was his. The specific cruelty of it, not confronting me directly but building a structure around me that might collapse on someone who had done nothing wrong, that was his. Marcus Vance had never once in 2 years come after me directly. He didn't need to. That was the intelligence of it. He just put things in motion and waited for the institution to do the work. I skated harder at practice. I didn't talk to anyone I didn't have to. I did my work and I went cold and I waited for whatever was coming next. The midterms came back on a Wednesday. She returned them at the end of class, stacked and face down on the front desk. Students came up by row to collect them, which meant I came up last from the back. I flipped mine over. A, written in her handwriting at the top right corner. Red pen. Clean and clear and not underlined, not circled, just A, and then below it 2 lines of comment. The argument is well constructed and the ethical analysis is specific enough to be useful. What elevates this above the other submissions is the refusal to excuse any single party, including the one with whom you clearly have sympathy. That restraint is harder than it looks. It is also the difference between analysis and advocacy. I read it twice. Standing at the front of an emptying classroom with the paper in both hands. I put it in my notebook and walked toward the door. "Mr. Callahan." I stopped. The room had emptied. The last few students were still filing out, and then they were gone, and the door swung closed, and it was just the 2 of us in the room with the fluorescent light and the whiteboard and 20 feet of space between us. She was at the front desk. She hadn't moved toward me. She was standing where she always stood after class, papers gathered, books stacked, the deliberate closing of one thing before the next began. "Yes," I said. She looked at me steadily. She didn't say the thing I expected. She didn't talk about the midterm or the grade or any of the official things she could have used to fill the space with something safe. What she said was quiet. Quiet enough that if anyone had been passing in the hall they wouldn't have caught it. "Whatever you think you're doing," she said. "It's not helping either of us." I looked at her. 10 days of the back row. 10 days of minimum work and 0 office hours and going cold the way I'd trained myself to go cold since I was 12 years old. I had been doing the right thing. I had been doing exactly what Harwick told me to do and what the situation required and what made the most tactical sense for both of us. She knew. Of course she knew. She was the most observant person in any room she walked into and she had been reading this classroom for weeks and she had spent 10 days watching me perform invisibility in the back row and she knew exactly what it was and why. "With respect, Dr. Clark," I said. "I know exactly what I'm doing." She held my eyes. She didn't push back. She didn't argue. She just looked at me with that steady, unreadable expression, and I looked back at her, and in the 10 seconds that we stood there, I understood something about her that I hadn't fully understood before. She was afraid too. Not the way I was afraid, not draft and eligibility and my father's proud eyes afraid. Her version was quieter and older and carved out of something specific that I didn't have the full story of yet, but I could see it in the stillness. The way she was holding herself together very deliberately. The way she was standing in that room having a conversation she shouldn't be having because she needed to say it more than she needed to be safe. I looked at her for one more second. Then I turned and walked to the door and pushed it open and went out into the hallway and kept walking. I didn't look back. I made it to the stairwell before I stopped and put one hand flat against the cold wall and stood there. It's not helping either of us. Us. She had said us. I pushed off the wall and went down the stairs and out into the cold, and the word sat in my chest like a coal, small and specific and hot, the whole walk home. She had said either of us. And I had said I know exactly what I'm doing. The problem was, standing in the cold with my hands in my pockets and my breath making fog, I was no longer completely sure that was true. Chapter 12, Ilara. Midpoint, Lake Path. Ilara walks the lake path to clear her head at 7 a.m. Ryder is already there, he runs it every morning before practice. They're both surprised. Both try to pass. The ice is thin enough that the path is narrow. They walk a quarter-mile side by side without saying anything. Then he says, "Asterisk, are you okay?" Asterisk, not about the class. Not about anything she can deflect with policy language. Just, "Are you okay?" she says, asterisk, "No. Are you?" Asterisk, he says, asterisk, "Not even a little." Asterisk, and then they both keep walking. Asterisk, cliffhanger, he reaches back and touches her hand for exactly 2 seconds. Then he's gone around the bend. She stops walking. She puts her hand over her chest, asterisk, chapter 13, Ryder. What he knows. Jonas forces the conversation. Sitting in the locker room at midnight, just the two of them and the sound of the arena cooling down, Ryder finally says it out loud. Not dramatically. Just, asterisk, "I think I'm in love with my professor." Asterisk, Jonas doesn't say anything for a while. Then, asterisk, "Okay. So what are you going to do about it?" Asterisk, Ryder doesn't have an answer. Asterisk, cliffhanger, his father calls. Cal Callahan, speaking from the specific authority of a man who sacrificed everything for the dream Ryder is chasing. "Son, don't do anything stupid." Ryder asks how he'd know. Cal says, "Because I raised you, and I can hear it." Asterisk, chapter 14, Ilara. What she's running from. Priya extracts the full history. Oxford. The fiancé. The research. The public professional humiliation. Ilara tells it cleanly, without drama, which is somehow sadder than if she'd cried. Priya listens. Then, asterisk, "You know Ryder Callahan is not Oliver." Asterisk, Ilara says, asterisk, "I know that. That's not the point." Asterisk, Priya, asterisk, "What is the point?" Asterisk, long pause. Asterisk, "He's my student, Priya. That is the entire point." Asterisk, cliffhanger, Ilara finds a used textbook in her office. Inside the front cover, Ryder's handwriting, a margin note from weeks ago, an argument with something she'd said in class. Brilliant. Personal. 3 lines long. She closes the book, asterisk, "The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 12, Ilara. Midpoint, Lake Path. Ilara walks the lake path to clear her head at 7 a.m. Ryder is already there. He runs it every morning before practice. They're both surprised. Both try to pass. The ice is thin enough that the path is narrow. They walk a quarter-mile side by side without saying anything. Then he says, "Asterisk, are you okay?" Asterisk, not about the class. Not about anything she can deflect with policy language. Just, "Are you okay?" she says, asterisk, "No. Are you?" Asterisk, he says, asterisk, "Not even a little." Asterisk, and then they both keep walking. Asterisk, cliffhanger, he reaches back and touches her hand for exactly 2 seconds. Then he's gone around the bend. She stops walking. She puts her hand over her chest, asterisk. Chapter 13, Ryder. What he knows. Jonas forces the conversation. Sitting in the locker room at midnight, just the two of them and the sound of the arena cooling down, Ryder finally says it out loud. Not dramatically. Just, asterisk, "I think I'm in love with my professor." Asterisk, Jonas doesn't say anything for a while. Then, asterisk, "Okay. So what are you going to do about it?" Asterisk, Ryder doesn't have an answer. Asterisk, cliffhanger, his father calls. Cal Callahan, speaking from the specific authority of a man who sacrificed everything for the dream Ryder is chasing. "Son, don't do anything stupid." Ryder asks how he'd know. Cal says, "Because I raised you, and I can hear it." Asterisk. Chapter 14, Ilara. What she's running from. Priya extracts the full history. Oxford. The fiancé. The research. The public professional humiliation. Ilara tells it cleanly, without drama, which is somehow sadder than if she'd cried. Priya listens. Then, asterisk, "You know Ryder Callahan is not Oliver." Asterisk, Ilara says, asterisk, "I know that. That's not the point." Asterisk, Priya, asterisk, "What is the point?" Asterisk, long pause. Asterisk, "He's my student, Priya. That is the entire point." Asterisk, cliffhanger, Ilara finds a used textbook in her office. Inside the front cover, Ryder's handwriting, a margin note from weeks ago, an argument with something she'd said in class. Brilliant. Personal. 3 lines long. She closes the book, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 12. Midpoint, Lake Path. Ilara's POV. I started walking the lake path because I had run out of rooms. Not literally. I had a perfectly adequate apartment with 4 rooms and I had been inside all of them for 17 hours and the walls had begun to do the thing walls do when you've spent too long looking at them. They start to feel like a decision you've made rather than a place you're in. Like staying inside was its own choice, with its own meaning. So I got up at 6:45 on a Thursday morning and I put on my coat and my scarf and the hat my mother had sent at Christmas that I'd told her was unnecessary and worn every cold morning since, and I went outside. The lake path ran along the back edge of campus, a 1.5-mile loop that started behind the science building, followed the water east, crossed a wooden bridge at the narrowest point, and came back along the north face past the back of the athletics complex. It was a faculty and student path, technically public, technically available to anyone with a Hartwell ID. I had never seen another person on it before 7 in the morning. The morning was gray and very still. The lake on my left held a thin skin of ice at the edges where the water met the bank, not solid enough to trust but enough to make the path narrow on the water side, the ground softening and uncertain close to the shore. I walked in the middle of the path where the frost-hardened dirt held firm, my breath making small clouds, and I thought about nothing with the specific deliberate effort of someone trying very hard to think about nothing. The preliminary inquiry. The grade book I had gone through 4 times. The email from Sorensen's assistant that morning confirming a follow-up meeting scheduled for next week. The way Ryder Callahan had looked at me in the classroom 2 days ago when he said I know exactly what I'm doing, and the thing underneath it that I hadn't been able to name and had been trying not to name since. I was thinking about all of it. I rounded the first bend in the path where the trees came close on the right side and the lake opened up wider on the left, and I almost walked directly into him. He stopped. I stopped. We were 3 feet apart on a path that was 6 feet wide with frozen ground on one side and uncertain ice edge on the other. He was in running gear, dark jacket, earbuds around his neck like he'd pulled them out when he heard me coming, which meant he'd been here long enough to be on the return loop. His face was flushed with cold and effort and there was the specific stillness of someone who has just been interrupted in a private moment and hasn't decided what expression to use yet. I imagine mine was similar. For 1 full second neither of us said anything. Then we both moved slightly to the right and both stopped because we'd moved to the same side, which would have been almost funny under any other circumstances. "Dr. Clark," he said. "Mr. Callahan." He moved left. I moved right. The path was clear. I kept walking. He kept walking. We were moving in opposite directions. We should have passed each other in 3 strides and continued on our separate ways and that would have been the entirety of it. A 7 a.m. encounter on a public path, 2 people going different directions, nothing to document or explain or sit within a dark kitchen afterward. I had taken 4 steps past him when I heard him turn around. Not his voice. His footsteps. The sound of someone who has been going one way and has changed their mind. I did not turn around. He fell into step beside me. I kept walking. He kept walking. We were going the same direction now, which meant we were both completing the loop back toward the athletics complex and the science building and campus, which was a reasonable direction for both of us and therefore not unusual in any way that could be named. The path was narrow enough that there were approximately 8 inches between us. I did not speak. He did not speak. We walked like that for what I later calculated was roughly 1/4 of a mile, past the narrow bridge, past the place where the ice came closest to the path, past the bare willow tree that hung over the water on the east bend. The morning was quiet enough that I could hear the ice at the edge of the lake making small sounds as the temperature shifted, tiny contractions, the kind of sounds a thing makes when it's under pressure from 2 directions at once. The path widened slightly past the willow. We kept the same distance anyway. I was watching my own feet on the ground in front of me, which was careful walking and also the thing you did when you weren't sure what your face was doing. He said, "Are you okay?" Not "How are you?" Not "I heard about the inquiry." Not anything attached to the class or the complaint or the 11 weeks of documentation I had been building like a wall between us. Just, "Are you okay?" I stopped walking. He stopped beside me. He wasn't looking at me, he was looking at the lake, the ice at the edge, the flat gray water beyond it. I should have said yes. Yes was the correct answer. Yes was professional and measured and preserved the 3 inches and the documented distance and everything I had built because I needed it to be built. No, I said. He turned and looked at me. "Are you?" I said. He looked back at the lake. "Not even a little," he said. We stood there for a moment. The cold was still and the lake was still and there was nobody else on the path in either direction, and the morning sat around us like something held in both hands. Then I started walking again. He started walking beside me. We didn't speak for the rest of the loop. Not about the inquiry. Not about the classroom. Not about the back row or the midterm or anything that needed to be named or explained or documented. We just walked, close enough that occasionally our arms were almost touching, and the cold held everything steady, and I let myself not talk for the first time in weeks without feeling like the silence was something I needed to manage. We reached the fork where the path split, left toward the faculty lot, right toward the athletics complex. I stopped. He stopped. He was going to say something. I could see him deciding whether to say it, the specific expression of someone whose instinct is toward honesty and whose circumstances require something more complicated. He didn't say it. He turned to go right. And then, so quickly that it barely happened, so briefly that I could have told myself I imagined it, he reached back and his hand found mine for exactly 2 seconds. Not a grip. Not an intention. Just a touch, his fingers over mine, warm even through the cold air, and then it was gone and he was walking away around the bend and in 4 seconds the path had curved and I couldn't see him anymore. I stood still. The path was empty in both directions. I looked down at my hand. Then I lifted it and pressed my palm flat against my chest, over my coat, over everything underneath it. My heart was going faster than it should have been for a flat morning walk. I stood there long enough that my breath stopped making clouds because I had forgotten to breathe. Then I walked to my car. I drove to campus. I sat in my office for 2 hours before my first class and I looked at the wall and I did not grade papers or review lectures or build documentation or do any of the many useful and correctly prioritized things that needed doing. I just sat. My hand, on the desk in front of me, still felt warm. Chapter 13. What he knows. Writer's POV. Jonas found me in the locker room at midnight. Not on purpose, he'd left his phone on the shelf above his stall and come back for it, and I was sitting on the bench in the empty room with my gear bag on the floor and my practice stick across my knees and I was just sitting there with the lights on their half-dim setting and the smell of the arena doing what it did when it was cooling down after a practice session, that specific cold mineral smell that meant the ice was settling. He stopped in the doorway. "You left practice 2 hours ago," he said. I came back. Why? I didn't have a good answer for that. I had come back because the apartment was loud in its quietness and the walls had been doing the thing walls do and the arena was the one place where everything in my life had ever made sense, and I had needed something to make sense tonight, and the empty arena at midnight was the closest thing I had. Jonas came in. He sat on the bench across from me. He picked up his phone from the shelf, looked at the screen, put it in his pocket. Then he sat back and looked at me. "Talk," he said. "I don't need to talk. Writer. I'm fine. You are sitting alone in a dark locker room at midnight holding a stick like it owes you something. That is not fine." He stretched his legs out in front of him and crossed his ankles. "Talk." The arena made a sound somewhere above us, the ice, the building, something contracting in the cold. I looked at the ceiling for a second. "She touched my hand," I said. Jonas said nothing. "Lake path. This morning." I turned around and walked with her and I stopped. Looked at the stick in my hands. It was 2 seconds. Less maybe. She was already gone when it ended. Still nothing from Jonas. I put the stick on the bench beside me and put my elbows on my knees. "I think I'm in love with my professor," I said. I said it quietly. Not because I was afraid of the room was empty, the arena was empty, there was nobody within 300 yards of us. Quietly because saying it loudly would have made it something that was happening to me, and saying it quietly meant it was something I was saying on purpose. Jonas let it sit for a moment. He did this when things were serious, he gave them a moment of silence, not to be dramatic, but because Jonas understood weight. He was the kind of person who understood that some things needed their own space before you responded to them. "Okay," he said. That was it. Just okay. "Okay," I repeated. "That's what you've got. What do you want me to say?" "I don't know. Something." "Something like what?" "You already know the problem. You don't need me to tell you the problem." He looked at me evenly. So what are you actually asking? I thought about it. The thing I was actually asking was not a question I knew how to phrase cleanly. It was more like, is it possible to want something this much and also know for certain that pursuing it would be wrong? And if both of those things are true at the same time, what do you do with yourself while you wait for one of them to stop being true? What I said was, what do I do? You don't know. If I knew, I wouldn't be here at midnight. Jonas looked at the ceiling for a moment. You wait, he said. You do what you said you're doing. You finish the semester. You pass the course. You get the grade and you get out. He looked back at me. And if it's real, it'll still be real in May. What if it's not an option in May? Then you deal with that in May. He said it without cruelty. Just straight. You can't solve May in February, Ryder. You can only solve tonight. He leaned forward. So tonight, you finish sitting in this locker room, you go home, you sleep, and tomorrow you practice and you study and you do the thing. I looked at him. You make it sound simple. I know it isn't. He stood up, picked up his jacket from the peg. But the complicated part isn't your problem right now. Your problem right now is that you're letting the complicated part eat the part you can actually control. He looked at me steadily. Don't do that. I nodded. He headed for the door. Jonas, I said. He turned. Don't say anything. To anyone. He looked at me for a second. You know I never do, he said. Then he left, and I sat in the empty locker room for another 20 minutes with the overhead lights low and the arena breathing its cold breath around me, and I thought about 2 seconds on a lake path and a woman pressing her hand to her chest and walking away. My phone rang at 11 the next morning. My father's number. I had been waiting for him to call. I'd missed 2 of his calls in the past week, not on purpose, genuinely missed them, and Cal Callahan was patient about most things, but he tracked missed calls the way he tracked statistics. I answered on the second ring. Hey, Dad. Hey. His voice. The specific depth of it, the one that always made me think of the rink in Millhaven and bad ice and early mornings and everything that had started there. You've been hard to reach. Busy week. You're always busy. That's not new. A pause. I heard the television in the background, daytime sports, some pregame show. You good? Good. Yeah. Season's looking strong. Yeah. Dorsey's people have been talking to Harwick, he said. I heard through the Millhaven network. Nothing official, but good noise. I know. Harwick told me. Good. Another pause. Longer this time. My father's pauses always meant something. He was a man who chose when to speak carefully, because he'd learned early that you got more out of listening than you ever got from talking. Son. Yeah. Don't do anything stupid. I went still. He said it evenly. Not as an accusation. Not as a warning delivered with anger. Just, don't do anything stupid. The way you said it to someone when you already knew they were standing at the edge of something. What makes you think? Because I raised you, he said. And I can hear it. I looked at the wall of my apartment. My practice bag by the door. The midterm paper on my desk with a red A in the corner that I'd left face up because I hadn't been able to make myself put it away. You can hear what, exactly, I said. The thing that happens to you when you found something that matters more than you planned for it to. He didn't say it like he was scolding me. He said it like he'd been there. Like he was reading a map he'd already walked. You get quieter. Then you get loud in a specific way. Then you get quiet again. A pause. You're in the second quiet. Dad. I'm not asking you to explain it. I'm not asking for a name or a situation or any of the details. His voice was steady and low and entirely calm. I'm asking you to think about the next 6 months before you make a decision you can't take back. I'm thinking about it. Are you thinking about it, he said, or are you thinking about her? The silence stretched. I looked at the ceiling. How do you know it's a her? I finally said. Because you didn't say it wasn't. He let that sit for a moment. 6 months, Ryder. Whatever it is, it'll be there in 6 months if it's real. The draft is now. Don't trade the thing we built for the thing you're not sure of yet. What if I'm sure? I said. He was quiet for a long time. Then that's a different conversation, he said. But have it in May. Not now. I pressed my hand over my eyes. Yeah, I said. Okay. Good game last Saturday. Thanks, Dad. Call me more. I will. Good night, son. He hung up. I sat on the edge of my bed with the phone in my hand and my father's voice still in the room and the A on my desk still facing up, and I thought about the thing he'd said that he hadn't meant as a question but had landed in me like one. Have it in May. The problem with May was that May was not now, and now was when she had pressed her hand to her chest on a cold path and looked down at it like she didn't fully understand what had happened. I did understand. I understood exactly what had happened, and that was the entire problem. Chapter 14. What she's running from. Ilara's POV. Priya has a way of asking questions that aren't questions. It's a skill she applies carefully, selectively, even. She doesn't do it with everyone. She reserves it for people she's decided are worth the patience, which is a small group, and I have been in it for 3 years, and I know exactly what it looks like when she's about to use it. She showed up at my office on a Friday afternoon with 2 coffees and a look on her face that meant she had already decided we were doing this and she was simply waiting for me to understand that. I have marking, I said. Bring it with you. She put a coffee on my desk. There's a corner table at the back of the library cafe. Nobody from the department uses it. I checked. I looked at her. You checked, I said. I wanted privacy. She picked up her own coffee. Bring the marking. Let's go. I didn't bring the marking. The corner table was exactly where she said it was, tucked in the back of the second-floor cafe, behind a shelf of journals nobody had touched in years, with 2 armchairs that had been there long enough to hold the shape of everyone who had ever sat in them. It smelled like old paper and coffee and the particular silence of a place people only went when they wanted not to be found. We sat. Priya let the coffee do the work for the first few minutes. She drank and I drank and she didn't say anything, which was itself the technique, just wait, and eventually the person who has been holding something fills the silence because the silence is less comfortable than saying it. It worked. It always worked. I had watched her do it to other people for years. Oxford, I said. She looked at me over her cup. Said nothing. Waited. You want the full version, I said. I've had the summary. I want the version you haven't told anyone here. I looked at the journal shelf. Someone had reorganized it recently, the volumes were in alphabetical order now, which they hadn't been before. I noticed things like that. It was a useful habit in some contexts and a problematic one in others. His name was Oliver Strath, I said. Priya went very still. Not this Strath, I said. Different family. No relation. I checked when I got the Hartwell offer. I looked at my coffee. Oliver was a postdoc when I started my PhD, brilliant. Charming. The kind of person who is always the most interesting one in any room because they have decided in advance that they will be, and they put in the work to back it up. And you fell for him, Priya said. Not a judgment. Just, and then what? I fell for the work first, I said. We were in the same research area. He started reading my drafts, giving notes. They were good notes. Really good. The kind that make your work better in specific and useful ways. I paused. We got together in my 2nd year. How long? 2 years. We were engaged for the last 6 months. Priya said nothing. She was listening the way she listened when she was going to remember every word. He was building toward a position at the Blavatnik Institute, I said. Competitive. The kind of post you get when you have something original to show, a research contribution that's yours alone, that you can put your name on without qualification. I looked at the table. His dissertation wasn't landing. He'd been at it too long and the original argument had run out of road. The committee knew it. He knew it. And he used yours, Priya said. He used the chapter I'd been working on for 14 months. Not copied it, he was smarter than that. He reformulated it. Same core argument, different architecture. Different enough that it wasn't plagiarism in any clean and prosecutable sense. I felt the old flatness come over my voice, the one that appeared when I talked about it, the one that was not calm but performed calm well enough to pass. He submitted it. Got the position. Ilara. I filed a complaint. The university reviewed it for 3 months and concluded there was insufficient evidence of direct misconduct. I looked at her. Insufficient. Because I hadn't kept enough drafts at each stage. Because the early versions of my work lived in shared drives that had both our access. Because we were engaged, which the committee decided made the boundary of intellectual ownership legitimately unclear. That's what it is, I said. What it was. I picked up my coffee. I withdrew from the program. Not because they asked me to, they didn't. Because continuing in the same department, in the same building, submitting work that would be evaluated by committees that had just told me my fiancé using my research was an ambiguous case, I couldn't do it. So I left. Priya looked at me for a long time. And you rebuilt it here, she said. I rebuilt it here. New institution. New country, effectively. Clean record, strong teaching evaluations, a research profile I built from scratch on material no one else has ever touched. I put my cup down. And then I walked into a classroom and sat with my back against the door of my car for 7 minutes because a student asked a good question. The corner table was quiet. Outside the shelf of journals a student walked past carrying a backpack and headphones and the specific expression of someone who had 3 things due on Monday. Ilara, Priya said carefully. You know Ryder Callahan is not Oliver. I know that. I mean it. Genuinely, not as a comfort thing. They are not the same situation. The power dynamic runs the other direction here. He has nothing to gain from you professionally. I know that, I said again. Then what? That's not the point. I looked at her. It's not about whether he's Oliver. It's not about whether I trust him specifically. I do, as much as I can in 11 weeks of a class, and the work he does is honest and I know what honest work looks like when I see it. I stopped. The point is that I am his professor and there is a preliminary inquiry into my grading of his course and there is a man in my department who voted against my hire and has been building a case for my review ever since, and any single one of those 3 things alone would be enough to require me to keep a clean, documented, unambiguous distance. 3 things at once, Priya said quietly. 3 things at once. She held her cup in both hands and looked at the table. What is the point, she said. Not challenging. Genuinely asking. If none of the reasons are about him, what is the point you're actually trying to hold? I looked at the shelf. He's my student, Priya, I said. That is the entire point. It's not complicated. It's the single thing that makes all the other things matter. If he were anyone else, I stopped. Didn't finish it. Priya let the silence be quiet. Okay, she said. Okay. I'm not going to argue with you. Good. I'm going to sit here and drink this coffee and not argue with you. She drank. And I'm going to trust that you know what you're doing. I know what I'm doing. She looked at me in the particular way that meant she had heard me and was reserving the right to revisit this conversation in a later month. I was familiar with the look. I drank my coffee. The book was on my desk when I got back to my office. I noticed it immediately, which said something. My desk was not disorganized, every object on it had a reason for being there, and this was not one I recognized. A blue paperback, well worn, the spine creased from being opened and held multiple times. An introductory ethics textbook from 3 semesters ago that I had stopped assigning when I updated the reading list. Students occasionally left things in office hours. A water bottle, once a whole backpack, once a set of car keys that had taken 2 days to reunite with their owner. I assumed someone had set it down during a recent session and left without it. I picked it up to move it to the lost and found shelf by the door. The cover fell open. Inside the front cover, in the top right corner, there was handwriting. I knew the handwriting. I had been reading it on essays for 11 weeks. Fast, slanting slightly right, the pen pressed harder on the words that mattered. 3 lines. Margin note size. Small. She said intention doesn't determine ethics. But if a person intends toward honesty, every time, Even when it costs something, does that count for nothing? Or does it count for everything? I think it might count for everything. I don't think she's covered this one yet. No name. No date. No indication of when it had been left or whether it was meant to be found or whether he had simply written it in the book in the way you wrote things when you were thinking out loud and didn't have anywhere else to put it. I read it 3 times. I stood at my desk in the late afternoon light and I read it 3 times and then I closed the book. I held it in both hands for a moment. Then I put it on the shelf beside my door, not the lost and found shelf. The one where I kept things I was going to do something with. I didn't know what I was going to do with it. That was the problem. I sat down at my desk and pulled my marking toward me and looked at the first paper without reading a word of it, because 3 lines of someone else's handwriting were still moving through my head in a quiet, unstoppable loop, and the thing they said was true, I hadn't covered it yet. I wasn't sure I knew how. Chapter 15, Ryder. Plot point 2, All is lost. A photo surfaces online. Ryder and Alara on the lake path, taken from a distance, the moment he touched her hand. Someone has the photograph. Marcus. The photo appears in an anonymous post to a campus message board. By noon it has 400 views. Ryder sees it at practice. He goes still in the middle of a drill. Asterisk cliffhanger, Harwick calls him off the ice. The inquiry is no longer preliminary. She's being reviewed. And Callahan, if you go near her, the draft conversation ends. Asterisk Chapter 16, Alara. The review. Alara is formally notified of an academic review. The photograph is cited as evidence of inappropriate faculty-student contact. She sits in front of Sorensen and Strath and gives nothing away. She calmly explains the context, a public path, a 2-second gesture, no private meetings outside office hours, grading records fully documented. Inside, she is dismantling. Asterisk cliffhanger, she goes home and stands in her kitchen for 20 minutes. Then she pulls out a file and begins to build her defense. Then she stops. Opens her laptop. Starts a resignation letter. Stares at it. Does not send it. Asterisk Chapter 17, Ryder. The wrong play. Ryder does the one thing everyone has told him not to do. He goes to her office. He knocks. She opens the door. He says, asterisk, tell me what I can do. Asterisk she says, asterisk, leave. Asterisk he says, asterisk, what if I don't want to be the reason you lose everything? Asterisk she says, asterisk, then act like a student. Asterisk he says, asterisk, I can't. Asterisk cliffhanger, she closes the door. He stands in the hall. 30 seconds later, the door opens again. She says, come back after the semester ends. Not a day before. She closes it again, asterisk the narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 15, Ryder. Plot point 2, All is lost. A photo surfaces online. Ryder and Alara on the lake path, taken from a distance, the moment he touched her hand. Someone has the photograph. Marcus. The photo appears in an anonymous post to a campus message board. By noon it has 400 views. Ryder sees it at practice. He goes still in the middle of a drill. Asterisk cliffhanger, Harwick calls him off the ice. The inquiry is no longer preliminary. She's being reviewed. And Callahan, if you go near her, the draft conversation ends. Asterisk. Chapter 16, Ilara. The review. Ilara is formally notified of an academic review. The photograph is cited as evidence of inappropriate faculty-student contact. She sits in front of Sorensen and Strath and gives nothing away. She calmly explains the context: a public path, a 2-second gesture, no private meetings outside office hours, grading records fully documented. Inside, she is dismantling. Asterisk cliffhanger, she goes home and stands in her kitchen for 20 minutes. Then she pulls out a file and begins to build her defense. Then she stops. Opens her laptop. Starts a resignation letter. Stares at it. Does not send it, asterisk. Chapter 17, Ryder. The wrong play. Ryder does the one thing everyone has told him not to do. He goes to her office. He knocks. She opens the door. He says, asterisk, tell me what I can do. Asterisk she says, asterisk, leave. Asterisk he says, asterisk, what if I don't want to be the reason you lose everything? Asterisk she says, asterisk, then act like a student. Asterisk he says, asterisk, I can't. Asterisk cliffhanger, she closes the door. He stands in the hall. 30 seconds later, the door opens again. She says, come back after the semester ends. Not a day before. She closes it again, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 15. Plot point 2, All is Lost. Ryder's POV. The photo showed up on a Thursday at 10:43 in the morning. I know the exact time because I was in the middle of a passing drill when Tate, the junior who had sat in the back row beside me for 10 days and apparently had campus message boards on rotation, pulled his phone out during the water break and showed it to the guy next to him, and the guy next to him looked at it and looked at me, and I knew by the specific quality of that look before I'd seen anything at all. Tate noticed me noticing. He had the decency, or the lack of courage, I've never been sure those are different things, to put his phone face down on his knee. What? I said. Nothing. Tate. He picked it up. Held it out without looking at me. I took it. The photo was grainy in the way photos taken from a distance always were. Someone had used a zoom, or cropped an image so aggressively that the quality had broken down into approximation. But it was clear enough. The lake path. The willow tree in the background, which placed it on the east bend, which placed the photographer somewhere on the far side of the bank, far enough that you could stand behind the tree line and be invisible to two people on the path. Two people. She was walking slightly ahead. I was half a step behind. You could see the line of the contact, my hand, her hand, the 2 seconds that had happened so quietly and briefly that I hadn't fully processed them until I was standing alone on the fork in the path afterward. The photographer had been there. The photographer had been there, with a camera or a phone with enough zoom, on a Thursday at 7 in the morning, on a path that nobody used before 7 in the morning, positioned on the bank side where they wouldn't be visible, waiting. This was not an accident. I handed the phone back. "Where is it?" I said. Tate said the name of the campus message board, an anonymous forum that had existed since before either of us started at Hartwell and that the university had spent 4 years trying to shut down and had never successfully shut down because anonymous forums were harder to kill than they were to make. "How many views?" I said. He looked at his phone. 412. 412. I skated to the boards and put my gloves on the top edge and stood there with my back to the ice, looking at the arena ceiling the way you looked at something that wasn't going to give you answers but was at least far away enough to look at without it looking back. Marcus was at the other end of the rink running a drill with the forwards. He hadn't looked over here. He didn't need to. I closed my eyes for 3 seconds. Opened them. 412 people had seen a photograph of a woman who had done nothing wrong being used as evidence that she had done something wrong, and the number was climbing, and there was nothing in that photo that I could deny happened because it had happened exactly the way it looked. 2 seconds. A touch I hadn't planned. Gone before it started. Worth 412 views and climbing. I picked up my stick. I skated to the center of the ice and I drilled for the next 40 minutes with the specific ferocity of someone who cannot fix the thing that is wrong, so they hit the next available surface as hard as they can and keep hitting it. It didn't help. It never helps. I know that. I do it anyway. Harwick came onto the ice at the end of the session. Not unusual, he walked the ice after practice sometimes, talked to individual players, did the rounds. But he came directly to me, which was the tell, and he said, "Off the ice," which was not a question, and I followed him to the tunnel and through it and into the corridor outside the locker room that smelled like rubber and disinfectant and the specific atmosphere of conversations you didn't want to have. He stopped. Turned to face me. He had his phone in his hand. The screen was facing me. The photo. "You want to tell me what I'm looking at," he said. "A public path," I said. 7 in the morning. I run it every day before practice. And the professor? She walks it. I didn't know that until I ran into her. There was no plan. Harwick looked at the photo. Looked at me. "That your hand," he said. I didn't answer. He took the non-answer as what it was. He put the phone in his pocket and looked at the wall for a moment, his jaw working the way it did when he was deciding between 3 things to say and discarding 2 of them. "The inquiry is no longer preliminary," he said. The cold moved through me again. Same place as before, the center of my chest, a specific spreading cold that had nothing to do with the ice. "She's been formally notified. Academic review, effective immediately." He looked at me directly. "Which means the Faculty Ethics Board, which means her position here is under active evaluation, which means every single person attached to this situation is under a microscope. She hasn't done anything wrong. I know that. The grade she gave me. I know, Callahan." His voice didn't rise. It never rose. Harwick was most dangerous when he was quiet. "I have your academic record. I know your grade was earned. That's not the argument you need to win right now." "Then what argument?" "The argument about appearances." He turned fully to face me. "The photo doesn't show a grade. It shows a professor and a student. Close enough on a public path early enough in the morning that it reads a specific way regardless of context. And it's on 400 views and rising, which means it's going to be in people's inboxes before end of day, which means the board has no choice but to treat it as corroborating evidence." I stood against the wall with my heart going hard and quiet. "Callahan." He waited until I looked at him. "I told you to end it. I ran into her on a path. I understand that. I'm not talking about what you did. I'm talking about what happens now." He looked at me steadily. "I have a call with the Falcons organization in 2 weeks. I have 3 scouts who have been watching your season with real intent. I have a draft window that is open right now and will close if anything in your eligibility status changes in a way that makes teams nervous. I said nothing. If you go near her, he said. Flat. Clear. The draft conversation ends. Not pauses. Ends. He let that sit for a second. I'm not giving you this as a threat. I'm giving it to you because you deserve to know exactly what the math is before you make your next move. He turned and walked back toward the ice. He stopped at the tunnel entrance. She's a grown woman with a career and her own counsel, he said, without turning around. She doesn't need you to fix this. He went back through the tunnel. I stood in the corridor alone. The locker room door was 10 feet to my left. The exit was 20 feet to my right. In between was the specific, airless stillness of a moment where you understood with total clarity that every available choice was going to cost you something you couldn't afford to lose. I thought about my father. Don't do anything stupid. I thought about her hand under mine on a cold morning path. I thought about a photo with 412 views and a number climbing and a woman sitting in a room somewhere on this campus being formally told that her career was under review for something she had not done. I stood there for a long time. Then I picked up my bag and I walked toward the exit, and I did not make a decision, which was its own kind of decision, and I knew it, and I walked out into the cold anyway. Chapter 16. The Review. Ilara's POV. The formal notification came by hand. Not email. Not a call. Someone from the dean's office knocked on my office door at 11 in the morning on a Thursday and handed me a sealed envelope and said, "The dean asked me to deliver this personally," and I took it and said thank you and closed the door and stood in the middle of my office and looked at the envelope for 10 seconds before I opened it. Dear Dr. Clark, following the receipt of additional information pertinent to the preliminary inquiry regarding academic conduct in ETHC 401, the Academic Ethics Board has initiated a formal review of the matter. You are required to attend a review session on Monday, February 19th at 10 a.m. in the Whitmore Conference Room. Please bring any documentation you consider relevant. Additional information. I put the letter on my desk face up. I sat down. I opened my laptop and searched the campus message board, which I had never visited and which took me 3 attempts to find because I had never needed to find it. I found the photo in 40 seconds. I looked at it for a long time. The willow tree in the background. The east bend of the path. The specific quality of early morning winter light that was gray and flat and turned everything it touched into something that looked more like a decision than it was. 2 seconds. His hand on mine. His back already turning, the contact already ending, him already rounding the bend before I had processed it. 463 views, the counter said. I closed the laptop. I made a list. I did this when I needed the thing I was feeling to go somewhere useful. I wrote it down in order, in the specific clean handwriting I used for things that needed to be controlled. What I had. What I needed. What Monday would require. The list took 9 minutes. When I was done I had 2 pages of documentation strategy and the steady hands of someone who had been here before in a different city and had rebuilt after it and was going to rebuild after it again if that was what was required. I was not afraid. I was furious, and the fury was cold and specific and mine, and I knew exactly what to do with it. Monday came. The Whitmore Conference Room was on the 2nd floor of the administration building, past Sorensen's office, past the assistant who smiled at me with her practiced warmth. I wore the dark gray blazer I had worn to my faculty interview. I carried the documentation file I had been building since September, every grade, every rubric score, every time-stamped comment, every office hours log. I was 12 minutes early. Sorensen was already there. Strath was already there. 2 members of the ethics board I recognized by face but not name sat along one side of the table with tablets in front of them. A chair had been set at the near end, isolated, facing the table, the geometry of the room arranged to make one person feel singular in a way that the rest of them were not. I sat in the chair. I put my file on the table. I folded my hands on top of it. Thank you for coming, Dr. Clark, Sorensen said. Of course. He looked at a paper in front of him. I want to begin by reviewing the photograph that was brought to the board's attention. He turned his tablet to face me. The photo again. Same image I had looked at on Thursday. I looked at it with the same even expression I would have looked at a graph or a page of text, noting it, filing it, not letting my face do anything with it. Can you explain the context of this image? Sorensen said. Yes. I kept my voice at the level I used in lectures, clear, unhurried, carrying to the back of the room without effort. This was taken on the lake path behind the science building on a Thursday morning approximately 2 weeks ago. I walked that path before my morning class. Mr. Callahan runs it as part of his training routine. We encountered each other on the path. We walked a portion of it in the same direction. The physical contact. A brief touch of approximately 2 seconds, I said. In a public space. On a public path. At 7 in the morning. I looked at the board members, not Sorensen. There were no private meetings. There were no communications outside of scheduled office hours. I have documentation of every student interaction in ETHC 401 since the first day of the semester, including office hours logs with timestamps and a record of topics discussed. I opened the file and slid it to the center of the table. 27 students, I said. 11 weeks of records. Every grade issued with written rubric rationale. Every student's performance trajectory. The distribution curve for the section, which I'll note falls within standard parameters for an upper-level ethics course. I kept my hand still on the table. Mr. Callahan's grades in this course reflect work that is consistently at or near the top of the section. That is documented. That is verifiable. That is what the record shows. Strath leaned forward slightly. The photograph raises questions about the professional nature of the faculty-student relationship. The photograph shows 2 people walking on a public path, I said. I understand why it has been brought to the board's attention. I also understand that context matters in evaluating evidence, and the context here is fully documented. Strath opened his mouth. The policy requires evidence of behavior that compromises academic integrity or creates the appearance of a preferential relationship affecting grades, I said. My gradebook shows no such preference. My office hours logs show standard professional interaction. The photograph shows a 2-second contact on a public path, which I cannot recontextualize because I was there and it happened. I looked at him directly. What I can tell you is that no grade in my course was issued on any basis other than the work submitted. The room was quiet. Strath looked at Sorensen. Sorensen looked at me with his head slightly tilted. I looked back. I held it. We'll take the documentation under advisement, Sorensen said. The review will continue for the standard evaluation period. You'll hear from us within 10 business days. I understand, I said. In the meantime, you may continue teaching normally. Thank you. I stood. I picked up my bag. I left the file on the table, they needed it, and I had a copy, and leaving it without being asked was a specific kind of confidence I wanted them to see. I walked out. Past the assistant. Down the stairs. Across the parking lot. Into my car. I sat behind the wheel. Inside the room I had given them nothing. I had been composed and precise and I had looked Strath in the eye when I spoke to him and I had not trembled and I had not defended myself beyond the facts because the facts were sufficient and anything beyond them would have looked like something other than confidence. Now, in my car in the parking lot with no one watching, I put both hands over my face. Not crying. I have said this before and I mean it in the specific way it is true I was not going to cry. I was too angry to cry. What I needed was 30 seconds of not being observed, which was different from breaking down, and I took them with both hands flat over my eyes and my breath coming slow through the cold. 30 seconds. I took them. Then I drove home. I stood in my kitchen for 20 minutes. Not sitting. Standing at the counter with my hands flat on the surface and my file open in front of me even though I had already memorized every page of it and looking at it wasn't going to change anything. I stood there and let my mind run through the meeting every word, every exchange, every tilt of Sorensen's head and every time Strath had leaned forward and every answer I had given and whether I would give it differently if I had it again. I wouldn't. I had given them exactly what they needed and nothing they could use against me and I had done it without apologizing for anything and that was the right call and I knew it was the right call and I was still standing in my kitchen 20 minutes later because knowing you did the right thing did not always feel the way it was supposed to feel. I went to my desk. I pulled out the file I kept for defense documentation, the one I had started building the week after the faculty meeting where Strath raised grade distributions. It was thick now. Organized by date, by category, fully indexed. The kind of file that existed to prove something that should never have needed proving. I opened it to the current section. Began adding notes from the meeting, exact quotes, the board members' responses, the specific language Sorensen had used when he said under advisement. I worked for an hour. Then I stopped. I sat with my hands on the desk and looked at the file and looked at my laptop. I opened the laptop. I opened a new document. I sat there. Then I started typing. Dear Dean Sorensen, it is with regret that I submit my resignation from my position as assistant professor in the Department of. I stopped. I sat looking at the sentence. The cursor blinked. I had written resignation letters before. I knew what they felt like, the specific weight of them, the way the words looked official and final on a screen, the way they turned a live thing into a document. I had written one before, in a different city, from a different desk, when I was 26 and the institution I was in had made it clear that staying was going to cost more than I had. I had told myself then that it was tactical. That leaving was not losing, that sometimes walking away from a structure that had already decided against you was the only move with any dignity in it. I had told myself a version of that for 3 years. But I was sitting in a home I had made. In a city I had chosen. At a desk in an office that I had earned by doing the work, not the proximity to Oliver's work, not the second-hand credibility of someone else's research, my own work, built from nothing on this side of the Atlantic. The cursor blinked. I looked at the letter. I did not send it. I selected all and deleted it and closed the document without saving and sat in the dark with my hands in my lap and my defense file open in front of me and the cursor back to its default in an empty document, blinking the way it always blinked, patient, consistent, waiting for the next thing I was going to decide to say. Not yet, I had told my mother. I meant it then. I meant it now. I meant it more. I closed the laptop. I opened the defense file. I kept working. Chapter 17. The wrong play. Writer's POV. I told myself I wasn't going to do it. I told myself that on Friday. I told myself that on Saturday during the game, we won, I had 2 goals, I skated perfectly and thought about nothing but ice, and I told myself during warm-up and during the second period and during the final buzzer that I was not going to do the thing I was thinking about doing. I told myself that on Sunday morning when I ran the lake path alone and the East Bend looked exactly like a photograph. I told myself that on Sunday night when Jonas came home and found me at the kitchen table with my phone face up and my jacket already on, which was a specific combination that anyone who knew me would recognize. Don't, Jonas said. I haven't done anything. You have your jacket on indoors. At 9:30. On a Sunday. He put his keys on the hook by the door and looked at me. You've already decided. I haven't decided anything. Writer. I looked at the table. Harwick said. I know what Harwick said. Then you know. I know what he said. I stood up. I also know that she is sitting somewhere on this campus with a formal review over her head for something she did not do, and the only person who can say clearly and directly what actually happened on that path and why and in what context is me, and I am sitting at a kitchen table because I've been told that speaking the truth out loud is tactically inadvisable. I looked at him. I can't do it, Jonas. Jonas stood in the hallway. He looked at me for a long time with the expression that meant he was deciding whether to try to stop me or accept that I had already left and was simply still in the room for another 30 seconds. This is going to cost you, he said. I know. I mean the real cost. Not just Harwick. The draft. The combine. All of it. I know what the cost is. He looked at the floor for a moment. Then go, he said quietly. Go and say what you need to say and come back and we'll figure out the rest. I picked up my bag. He didn't say anything else. I went. Her office light was on. I had not planned for that to mean anything. I had walked from the apartment to Hartwell Hall in 11 minutes through cold that was dropping toward sharp, and I had kept myself from thinking too specifically about what I was going to say because the one time I had made a speech in my head on the way to a difficult conversation, I had arrived and the speech had been completely wrong and I'd had to start from scratch anyway. So I walked. I didn't think. I arrived. The third-floor corridor was empty. 9:30 on a Sunday, the building mostly dark, one stripe of light under her office door like a line drawn in the dark. I knocked. A pause. The sound of a chair. Then, yes. I pushed the door open. She was at her desk with the defense file in front of her and her laptop open and a pen in her hand, and when she saw me she went still in the specific way she went still when she was deciding what to do before she did it. Not startled, she was past startled. Just, processing, recalibrating, deciding. She put the pen down. "Mr. Callahan," she said. "I know I shouldn't be here." Then. "Tell me what I can do," I said. The room was quiet. She looked at me with that steady expression, the one I'd spent 11 weeks trying to read, the one that gave you exactly as much as she intended to give and nothing else, and lately what it gave was something she was working hard to keep controlled. "Leave," she said. "I'm not going to let you carry this alone. You don't have a choice in what I carry." The photo. The photo shows a public path and 2 seconds of contact that I have already addressed in a formal review session. She kept her voice even. Precise. Every word chosen. I have documentation. I have a defense. I do not need you to come to my office on a Sunday night and make this harder. I'm not trying to make it harder. I know what you're trying to do. She looked at me. That's the problem. I came fully into the room. Didn't sit. Stood in front of her desk with my bag over one shoulder and my hands open at my sides and the 11 weeks of everything unsaid between us sitting in the room like a third presence. "What if I don't want to be the reason you lose everything?" I said. Something moved across her face. Not the composed surface, underneath it. A shift, small and fast, the kind that happened before a person could stop it. She looked at her desk for a half-second and then back at me. "Then act like a student," she said. "I can't." The words landed between us and neither of us moved. She held my eyes. I held hers. The office was quiet enough that I could hear the building, the specific midnight on a Sunday quiet of a place that existed to contain other people's time and had none of its own. "You understand what I'm telling you," she said. Quietly now. Not to the review board, not in official language. Just, to me. "You understand what the cost is. For you or for me." She was quiet. "Both," she said. "I know the cost." "Then you know that me losing my position here would not be the worst possible outcome." I looked at her. "The worst possible outcome," she said, "is the one where both of us do the thing that feels right and neither of us ends up anywhere worth being." She said it like it hurt her to say it, which was the most honest thing I had heard in weeks. "You have a draft. You have a career that starts in 4 months. You have a father who rode a bus 3 hours to watch every home game. Don't do that." "Why not?" "It's true. You're using my father to make me." "I'm not using anything," she said. "I'm being honest with you. Because you asked and because you deserve it and because," she stopped. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds. "Because what?" I said. She looked at me. She said nothing. I stood there. Then I made myself pick up my bag. I made myself take the 2 steps to the door. I made myself not turn around. "Ryder." I stopped. Her voice had changed. "Not much." "Enough." I turned. She was standing. She had moved from behind the desk and was standing at the edge of it with both hands on the surface behind her. Looking at me with the expression she had kept covered for 11 weeks and was not, right now, fully covering. "Come back after the semester ends," she said. I stood in the doorway. "Not a day before," she said. I looked at her. She looked back. Then she crossed to the door and closed it and I was standing in the corridor with the light under the door and the sound of my own heart in the quiet building and her voice in my head saying come back like it was a door and she had left it unlocked. Not a day before. Which meant. I stood in the empty corridor long enough that the motion sensor light overhead clicked off and I was standing in the dark, and I didn't move to trigger it again. I just stood in the dark with her words in my chest and May on the other side of a door that was still shut and would be shut until it wasn't. Come back after the semester ends. I exhaled. It came out unsteady in a way I was glad nobody was there to hear. Then I turned and walked down the dark corridor and out of the building and into the cold, and I walked home with my hands in my pockets and the February wind sharp enough to be felt and 4 months sitting between me and the most honest thing anyone had said to me all year. 4 months. I could do 4 months of anything. I just had to make it there. Chapter 18, Ilara. Priya pulls the thread. Priya investigates the photo source. With the help of a grad student in the IT department, she identifies the account. It traces back to a VPN registered through the hockey team's equipment network. The trail points to Marcus. Priya brings the evidence to Ilara. Ilara sits with it. Asterisk cliffhanger, she decides not to use it. Not yet. Instead, she submits a formal statement to the review board with her full grading documentation, every comment, every timestamp, every A that Ryder Callahan earned, asterisk chapter 19, Ryder. Ice and Reckoning. The biggest game of the season. Ryder plays 35 minutes of the best hockey of his career. In the third period, Marcus takes a cheap shot at him behind the play, the kind designed to injure, not penalize. The referee misses it. Ryder stays on his feet. He looks up at the crowd, finds his father's seat empty. Cal had a medical emergency. Asterisk cliffhanger, final buzzer. Wolves win. Ryder sits on the ice alone for 1 extra second before the team swarms him. He's thinking about 3 things: his father in a hospital room, a woman in an office 2 buildings away, and one line she wrote on the first day of class: good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. He's starting to understand what it means. Asterisk chapter 20, Ilara. The letter. Cal Callahan is in stable condition, Ryder texted Jonas, who told Priya, who told Ilara, who has no business knowing but does. She begins to write something, not a resignation letter this time. It starts as a formal statement for the review board. It becomes something else, the first honest thing she's written in 2 years. She writes about intention, accountability, the difference between a rule broken and a rule bent. She writes about what it means to hold power responsibly, and what it means when the most ethical choice is also the most painful one. Asterisk cliffhanger, she submits it to the review board. Then she mails a second copy, to no address. She keeps it in her desk. Asterisk the narrative must be told in first person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 18, Ilara. Priya pulls the thread. Priya investigates the photo source. With the help of a grad student in the IT department, she identifies the account. It traces back to a VPN registered through the hockey team's equipment network. The trail points to Marcus. Priya brings the evidence to Ilara. Ilara sits with it. Asterisk cliffhanger, she decides not to use it. Not yet. Instead, she submits a formal statement to the review board with her full grading documentation, every comment, every timestamp, every A that Ryder Callahan earned, asterisk. Chapter 19, Ryder. Ice and Reckoning. The biggest game of the season. Ryder plays 35 minutes of the best hockey of his career. In the third period, Marcus takes a cheap shot at him behind the play, the kind designed to injure, not penalize. The referee misses it. Ryder stays on his feet. He looks up at the crowd, finds his father's seat. Empty. Cal had a medical emergency. Asterisk cliffhanger, final buzzer. Wolves win. Ryder sits on the ice alone for one extra second before the team swarms him. He's thinking about three things: his father in a hospital room, a woman in an office 2 buildings away, and one line she wrote on the first day of class: good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. He's starting to understand what it means. Asterisk. Chapter 20, Ilara. The letter. I had known Priya for 3 years. In that time she had called me for many reasons: to check on me, to argue with me, to tell me things I didn't want to hear in the specific gentle way she had developed for doing that. She had never prefaced anything with "sit down first." "Tell me," I said. She took a breath. "I know who posted the photo." The kitchen was very quiet. I put my mug on the table. "How?" I said. "Kwame," she said. Kwame was a second-year PhD student in the computer science program who helped Priya with data management for the graduate office. He was 23 and had the specific combination of skills and personal ethics that meant he would never use what he knew in a way that benefited himself. Priya had asked him to look at something, and he had looked at it, and now Priya was on my phone at 8 in the morning telling me to sit down. He traced the anonymous account. The post came from a VPN, which normally would dead-end the trail. But the VPN was registered through a network access point tied to the athletics department's equipment system. I sat with that. "The hockey team," I said. "Their equipment room has a dedicated network portal for scheduling and inventory management. 3 people have registered VPN credentials through it. 2 are support staff who were both off campus the morning the photo was posted." She paused. "The third is Marcus Vance." The name settled in the room. I had put Marcus Vance in a category weeks ago, the way you categorized things you couldn't prove but understood the shape of. An opposing player. Someone who had something to gain and nothing to lose, and the specific intelligence to build structures that worked at a distance. I had filed him under probable and done nothing with it because probable was not evidence. Now it was closer to evidence. Kwame documented everything, I said. Time-stamped. Logged. He knows what he's looking at. Priya's voice was careful. Ilara. This could close the review. If the board knew the source of the complaint and the photo was from someone with a competitive interest in destabilizing Ryder's academic standing, it changes the entire character of the inquiry. I stood up from the table. I walked to the window. Outside the morning was pale and cold and ordinary, the campus already moving at its Tuesday pace, students crossing the quad below with bags and coffee and the slightly hunched posture of people walking into wind. I know, I said. So. I know, Priya. A pause. You're not going to use it, she said. Not a question. Not yet. Why not yet? The review is. The review is an institutional process, I said. And the documentation I've submitted addresses every allegation they've raised. If they rule fairly on the evidence I've already given them, the inquiry closes without me needing to counter-accuse. I turned from the window. If I go to the board with evidence implicating a student on the hockey team, the story stops being about my grading practices and becomes about me fighting a student. And that story is harder to tell cleanly. Priya was quiet. You're protecting him, she said. I'm protecting the integrity of my own case. You're doing both and you know it. I looked at the wall across from me. Straight, bare plaster above the bookshelf, the one space in the apartment I had never put anything on. I'm doing both, I said. Ilara. The evidence doesn't disappear because I'm not using it today, I said. Kwame saves it. You keep it. If the board rules wrong on what I've given them, then I have something to take further. I kept my voice level. But I'm not walking into that room and throwing a student's name down as a weapon before I know I need it. That's not who I want to be in this. Priya breathed out slowly. Okay, she said. Okay. I still think you should use it now. I know you do. I'm going to think that until further notice. I know that too. I went back to the table and picked up my mug. Thank you for finding it. Tell Kwame I owe him something. He said, and I'm quoting, "Dr. Clark doesn't owe me anything, this is just what's right." A beat. He's a good kid. He is. He also said it took him about 4 hours to trace it, which means it wasn't a very sophisticated operation. No, I said. It wasn't sophisticated. It was just effective. I hung up. I sat at the table. Marcus Vance. I turned the name over. Not with rage was not useful here. With the specific cold clarity I used when I was trying to understand something in order to address it rather than react to it. He had looked at Ryder Callahan's trajectory and made a calculation. A scout in the building, a draft window opening, one class standing between a top candidate and eligibility, and a professor he'd identified as a vulnerability. Not because anything between Ryder and me was wrong. Because it could be made to look like it was. That was the intelligence of it. That was also its limit. Because made to look wasn't the same as documented, and I had documentation, and documentation was what the board was going to look at. I opened my laptop. I pulled up the formal statement I had been drafting for the review board. I read it from the beginning. Then I opened the grade book, and I went through it one more time, every grade, every comment, every A that Ryder Callahan had earned fair and clean and without a single concession from me, and I added it all to the statement in a format so clear and thorough and unambiguous that anyone reading it would have to make a deliberate choice to disbelieve it. I submitted the full documentation package at 4:47 that afternoon. I didn't hear from the board. I went to teach my evening seminar. I drove home. I went to bed and I didn't sleep and I looked at the ceiling and I thought about a man I wasn't going to help by throwing another man's name at an ethics board before I'd exhausted every other option. Not yet. I was getting very good at not yet. Chapter 19. Ice and Reckoning. Ryder's POV. The biggest game of the season and I almost didn't make it to the ice. Not physically. My body was fine. I had taped my wrists and laced my skates and done everything in exactly the right order and I was standing in the tunnel with 17,000 people on the other side of the door, same as always. What almost didn't make it was the rest. The past 2 weeks lived in my chest like something that hadn't been set properly, not broken, not healed, somewhere between. The photo. The review. Her office on Sunday night and the door closing and come back after the semester ends. My father calling from Millhaven asking me not to do anything stupid while I was standing in my kitchen with my jacket already on. Jonas had looked at me in warm-up and said, "You need to shut all of that off." I know. I'm not asking if you know. I'm telling you that you need to do it in the next 4 minutes. I hear you. Ryder. He'd stopped skating and turned to face me in the middle of warm-up circles, which was the kind of thing Jonas never did because it looked like exactly what it was, serious enough to interrupt the pattern. She's still here. The review is still running. The draft is still coming. None of those things change based on what you do in the next 3 hours. He'd held my eyes. But you can change what tonight looks like. So do that. Do the one thing you can actually control. He skated away. I stood still in the middle of the ice for 3 seconds. Then I went. We played St. Albans for the conference title. They were bigger than us on the blue line and faster in transition and their goalie had a save percentage that read like an argument against trying. They had beaten us twice in the regular season by 1 goal each time, which was the specific kind of loss that told you the gap was closable if you were willing to pay the price. I was willing. First period, scoreless. I had 4 shots, all saved, each one closer to the corner than the last. St. Albans was collapsing their defense around the net and daring us to beat them from distance. We didn't take the dare. Second period, Jonas scored on a point shot that deflected off a defenseman's skate. 1-0, 12 minutes in, and the arena made a sound that went through the floor and up through my skates. I played 35 minutes. I know the number because I counted them, later, in the way you counted things after a game that meant something, not in real time. You never counted in real time, but afterward, looking back, trying to understand what the night had been made of. 35 minutes of ice time is more than I'd had in any game this season. Harwick was feeding me every high-pressure situation and I was taking them and I was not thinking about anything except the puck and the space and the next decision. My father was in his seat. 3rd row, left side. I knew without checking. He was always there. We were up 2-1 heading into the third. The third period was 12 minutes of the cleanest, most controlled hockey I've ever played in my life. Not flashy. Not the kind of thing that made highlight packages. The kind of thing that won championships, reading the play 3 seconds early, being where the puck was going to be rather than where it was, taking the hard angle rather than the easy shot and making it work. I didn't think about anything else. I don't know when Marcus stopped being on my side and started being in my way, somewhere in the 14th minute of the third, when we were holding a 2-goal lead and the game was nearly decided and he should have been playing structured defense. Instead he was close. Closer than the play required. I could feel him the way I had learned to feel him, that specific presence that had nothing to do with team positioning and everything to do with something he had decided to do. The puck went deep into our zone. I turned to follow it. He hit me from the left side, slightly behind, the elbow coming high and inside, the specific anatomy of an illegal hit executed at the speed that made it look like a collision rather than a choice. It caught me under the arm, between the pads, and the force of it pushed me sideways into the board's shoulder first. The referee was looking at the puck. The referee missed it. I hit the boards and stayed on my feet. I don't know how. Muscle memory, probably, 4 years of taking hits and learning how to distribute the force so that no single part of your body takes all of it. My shoulder took most of this one and would tell me about it tomorrow. Right now I stayed on my feet and kept skating and did not look at Marcus. He knew I knew. I knew he knew I knew. I went back into position. I did not retaliate. The buzzer sounded at 3-1 with 40 seconds left. The arena went up in a single wave of sound, the crowd on their feet, the bench clearing, 17,000 people releasing everything they'd been holding for 3 periods. I felt it in my whole body, the vibration of it, the specific physical reality of a room full of people feeling the same thing at the same time. I stood still on the ice. Just for 1 second. 1 extra second before the team descended and the noise arrived and the night became something that belonged to everyone. I looked up at the stands. 3rd row, left side. The seat was empty. My father's seat was empty. I stood on the ice in the middle of a celebration I had worked toward for 4 years and stared at an empty seat in the 3rd row and felt the cold move through me in a way that had nothing to do with the temperature of the arena. I had my phone in the locker room. I would check it in the locker room. There were 100 reasons why his seat was empty and most of them were fine. He'd stepped out, he was at the concession stand, he'd gotten the time wrong and was parking. But I knew. I knew the way I always knew when he was there, the specific pressure, the specific warmth. His absence had the same weight, just inverted. Jonas crashed into me from the left side, both arms around my shoulders, and the team arrived in a wave of bodies and noise and I let it carry me. I let the celebration happen the way it was supposed to happen. But in the middle of it I was thinking about 3 things at the same time, and they were: my father, and whether he was okay. A woman in an office 2 buildings away who had not done anything wrong and was carrying the weight of it anyway. And 1 sentence on a whiteboard in a classroom at 8:49 in the morning on the first day of a semester that had changed everything. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. I had argued with that sentence. I had challenged it and tested it and written essays around it and turned it over in my head for 11 weeks. I had run the trolley problem and the utilitarian calculation and every framework the course had given me, and I had kept arriving back at the same resistance, the same feeling that intention had to count for something. Standing on the ice with the conference title and 17,000 people around me and my father's empty seat above me, I thought I finally understood what she meant. Intention was not the point. What you did with the intention, which choices you made in its name, which costs you were willing to pay to make it real, that was the point. That was the whole point. I had been intending toward honesty and integrity and doing the right thing all semester. Now I had to figure out if I was actually willing to do it. Chapter 20. The letter. Ilara's POV. I found out about Cal Callahan the way I found out about most things I had no professional reason to know. Priya told me. Not directly, she had called to talk about something else entirely, and at the end of the call, in the specific way she added things at the end of calls when she knew she was going to tell me something I would have complicated feelings about, she said, Ryder's father had a medical episode last night. During the game. He's stable. A pause. I heard from the graduate housing coordinator, who heard from Jonas Reyes, who is apparently very close to his teammates' families. The family has been notified. He's in Millhaven Regional. I said, I'm glad he's stable. Priya said, I know, in the way that meant she understood everything I was not saying. She hung up. I sat at my desk. I had no professional reason to know that Ryder Callahan's father was in a hospital in Millhaven. I had no professional reason to know anything about Cal Callahan at all, except that his son had written about him in a midterm paper in a way that was so clearly personal and so carefully not personal at the same time that I had read it and then sat in my kitchen in the dark for a long time. Stable. I breathed. I looked at my desk. The defense file was open in front of me. The formal statement I had submitted to the review board 3 days ago, thorough, documented, airtight, was still sitting in the sent folder of my email. The board had acknowledged receipt. They had said they were evaluating. They had said 10 business days. I was on business day 4. I looked at the formal statement. I looked at my laptop. I opened a new document. I did not intend to write what I wrote. I intended to write a supplementary statement, a second filing to the board that addressed the timeline of events from my perspective in more personal terms than the first submission had allowed. I had been thinking about it since Sunday night. The first submission was airtight because it was documentarian, facts, numbers, timestamps, the language of institutional compliance. What it didn't do was tell the truth in the way that truth actually moved. I wanted to write something that moved. So I started. The first principle of ethical responsibility that I teach my students is this: intention is not sufficient, but it is not irrelevant. I stopped. Read it. Kept going. I have spent the past several weeks building a defense of my conduct that is factually complete and documentarily sound. I stand behind every element of it. What it does not contain, because documentation does not contain this, because institutional review processes are not designed to receive it, is an honest account of what it is to hold power responsibly while also being a person. I am a professor. This means I hold formal authority over the academic outcomes of 27 students in a given section. This authority is real, and its potential for misuse is real, and the policies governing its exercise exist for reasons I have always understood and respected. I did not violate those policies. The record shows this. What the record does not show is the effort. I sat back from the laptop. The effort. I had never used that word in an institutional document before. It was too personal, too close to an admission that something had required effort, which implied that something had been difficult, which implied a conflict between one thing and another. I looked at the word. I kept it. I am writing to say, for the record and on my own behalf and without qualification, I chose this correctly every time. Not because the choice was easy. Because it was right. Because the rightness of it did not depend on whether it was easy, and I knew that, and I made the choice anyway. The student at the center of this review is one of the most intellectually honest people I have encountered in 4 years of teaching. I do not say this because it benefits my case. I say it because it is true and because the review process has spent several weeks treating his academic performance as a question when it is, in fact, an answer. He earned his grades. He earned them the way that everything genuinely earned is earned, by doing the work fully and not looking for the path around it. If the board finds, on the basis of a photograph of 2 people on a public path at 7 in the morning, that my conduct in this course was improper, I would ask the board to consider what conduct it would prefer instead. The alternative to what is shown in that photograph is a professor who has no human relationship whatsoever with the students in her charge, who is unreachable, deliberately opaque, professionally efficient, and humanly absent. I have known professors like that. I was taught by them. I do not believe they made me a better scholar. I held the professional line in this course. I am proud of how I held it. I am also aware that holding a line well requires knowing exactly where the line is, which means standing close enough to see it clearly. That is the full truth of what this photograph documents. 2 people who knew where the line was, and who kept it. I stopped. I read it from the beginning. It was not a formal statement. It was not the language of institutional process, and it was not going to read like any document they had received from me so far. It was honest in a way that formal statements were not designed to be, and honest in a way that was going to make some people on the board uncomfortable and some people on the board, maybe, possibly, if they were the right kind of people, understand. I sat with it. Then I added one more paragraph at the end. I have been asked to consider what this situation has cost. I have considered it carefully. The answer is, I would pay every part of it again to have taught that class the way I taught it. With rigor. With honesty. With the belief that the most important thing a professor can do is take her students seriously as thinkers. I took every student in that room seriously. That is not a violation of professional ethics. That is what professional ethics is for. I read it one more time. Then I submitted it. After I submitted it, I sat for a while. Not thinking specifically. Just sitting with the particular quiet of having done a thing that cannot be taken back, which is different from the quiet of other kinds of evenings. Cleaner, in a way. You had made the choice and the choice was made and the outcome was in someone else's hands now. I opened my desk drawer. I took out a fresh piece of paper, not from the printer, from the small notebook I kept for things that were not documents. Personal things. The kind of writing that didn't belong in a shared drive. I wrote it again, by hand. The whole statement. All of it. Not because the board needed a handwritten copy, they didn't. Because I needed to know what it felt like to say it in my own physical handwriting, in ink that I had put on paper with my own hand, without the mediating distance of a keyboard. It took 40 minutes. When I was done, I read it one last time. I folded it in thirds. I held it for a moment. I thought about an envelope, an address, a person in a hospital room in Millhaven who had raised a son that asked honest questions and wrote honest essays and stood in the doorway of my office on a Sunday night with his hands open. I did not have his father's address. I was not going to find it. I was not going to send this letter to anyone. I put it in the back of the middle desk drawer, behind the extra pens and the paperclip tray and the 3-year-old conference lanyard I had never thrown away. I closed the drawer. I went to make tea. I was standing at the stove waiting for the kettle when I realized that the statement I had just written to the review board was the most honest document I had produced in 2 years. Not my research. Not my lecture notes. Not the careful, clean professional record I had been building since Oxford to prove to any institution that examined me that I was above reproach. This. 40 minutes of honest writing addressed to a board that would probably not know what to do with it. And one handwritten copy in a desk drawer that would never be sent. The kettle was loud in the quiet apartment. I poured my tea. I thought about a man whose father's seat had been empty at a game that should have been the best night of his year. I thought about sitting in my car for 7 minutes after a faculty meeting and deciding not yet. I thought about all the things I had done correctly in service of a position I had told myself I could not risk. I sat at the kitchen table and I drank my tea and I thought, he is okay. Cal Callahan is stable and his son will be on the other side of this semester in 8 weeks and the statement is sent and the drawer is closed. And then, under all of that, quiet as a current under still water, the thought I had been trying not to have for 11 weeks. 8 weeks is not very long. I drank my tea. I did not let myself finish the thought. But I did not let myself stop it either. I just sat with it in the kitchen, honest at last, in the dark. Chapter 21, Writer. Climax, the board. The review board convenes. Writer is called as a witness. He is asked direct questions under the implied threat that his draft eligibility may be affected by his answers. He is asked whether Dr. Clark showed him any favoritism. He could protect himself with a half-truth. He could stay silent. Instead, he tells the full truth, that she was harder on him than any other student, that every grade he received was earned, that he pursued her, not the other way around, and that if anyone is guilty of poor judgment it is him. He looks at Sorensen when he says, she did her job exactly right. Everything else is noise. Cliffhanger, the board goes into closed session. Writer sits in the hallway outside. The door doesn't open for 40 minutes, Chapter 22, Ilara. 40 minutes. Ilara's POV of the same 40 minutes, she is not in the building. She is on the lake path. She walks it twice. She thinks about Oxford. She thinks about her mother's voice on the phone. She thinks about a margin note in a used textbook. The board's decision arrives by email while she's walking. She reads it on her phone, standing on the ice-edged path. The inquiry is closed. Insufficient evidence of policy violation. Dr. Clark's position is secure. Cliffhanger, she exhales. Looks at the lake. Whispers, okay. Asterisk then she sees him, Ryder, 50 yards ahead on the path, standing still, watching her. He doesn't move, asterisk chapter 23, Ryder. Falling action, after. The semester ends 3 days later. Ryder submits his final exam. He walks out of Hartwell Hall, room 204, for the last time as a student of Dr. Elara Clark. Grades post, he earned his B+. Draft eligibility secured. That afternoon, he drives to the hospital to see his father. Cal takes one look at him and says, asterisk, you're different. Asterisk Ryder says, asterisk, I know. Asterisk Cal says, asterisk, good different or bad different. Asterisk Ryder thinks about it. Asterisk, I don't know yet. Asterisk they watch the Wolves highlights in silence. Asterisk cliffhanger, Ryder's phone lights up. Unknown number. He answers. It's Dorsey, the scout, Callahan. We need to talk timelines. And then a text from a number he doesn't have saved, asterisk, the semester is over. Asterisk he stares at it for a long time. He types back, asterisk, I know. Asterisk then, asterisk, copper tap. Tomorrow. 7, asterisk he hits send, asterisk the narrative must be told in first person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15-line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 21, Ryder. Climax, the board. The review board convenes. Ryder is called as a witness. He is asked direct questions under the implied threat that his draft eligibility may be affected by his answers. He is asked whether Dr. Clark showed him any favoritism. He could protect himself with a half-truth. He could stay silent. Instead, he tells the full truth, that she was harder on him than any other student, that every grade he received was earned, that he pursued her, not the other way around, and that if anyone is guilty of poor judgment it is him. He looks at Sorensen when he says, asterisk, she did her job exactly right. Everything else is noise. Asterisk asterisk cliffhanger, the board goes into closed session. Ryder sits in the hallway outside. The door doesn't open for 40 minutes, asterisk. Chapter 22, Elara. 40 minutes. Elara's POV of the same 40 minutes, she is not in the building. She is on the lake path. She walks it twice. She thinks about Oxford. She thinks about her mother's voice on the phone. She thinks about a margin note in a used textbook. The board's decision arrives by email while she's walking. She reads it on her phone, standing on the ice-edged path. The inquiry is closed. Insufficient evidence of policy violation. Dr. Clark's position is secure. Asterisk cliffhanger, she exhales. Looks at the lake. Whispers, asterisk, okay. Asterisk then she sees him, Ryder, 50 yards ahead on the path, standing still, watching her. He doesn't move, asterisk. Chapter 23, Ryder. Falling action, after. The semester ends 3 days later. Ryder submits his final exam. He walks out of Hartwell Hall, room 204, for the last time as a student of Dr. Elara Clark. Grades post, he earned his B+. Draft eligibility secured. That afternoon, he drives to the hospital to see his father. Cal takes one look at him and says, asterisk, you're different. Asterisk writer says, asterisk, I know. Asterisk Cal says, asterisk, good different or bad different. Asterisk writer thinks about it. Asterisk, I don't know yet. Asterisk they watch the Wolves highlights in silence. Asterisk cliffhanger, writer's phone lights up. Unknown number. He answers. It's Dorsey, the scout, Callahan. We need to talk timelines. And then a text from a number he doesn't have saved, asterisk, the semester is over. Asterisk he stares at it for a long time. He types back, asterisk, I know. Asterisk then, asterisk, copper tap. Tomorrow. 7 asterisk he hits send, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 21. Climax, the board. Writer's POV. They called me at 9 in the morning on a Wednesday. Not by phone, a formal letter, hand-delivered to the athletics department, addressed to me specifically and marked confidential in the top right corner the way things were marked when the institution wanted you to understand the weight of what you were holding before you opened it. Harwick handed it to me after practice without a word. I stood in the corridor outside his office and opened it. Mr. Callahan, the Academic Ethics Board requests your attendance as a voluntary witness in the matter of Review Case 2024, ETHC 07, scheduled for Wednesday, February 28 at 10 a.m. in the Whitmore Conference Room. Your cooperation is appreciated but not legally compelled. However, please be advised that the board's assessment of matters pertaining to academic eligibility may be informed by the cooperation or non-cooperation of relevant parties. I read it twice. Not legally compelled. But your eligibility may be affected by whether you cooperate. I folded it. I went back into Harwick's office and put it on his desk. I'm going, I said. He looked at the letter. Looked at me. You understand what I told you 2 weeks ago, he said. Yes. You understand that walking into that room and saying the wrong thing. I'm not going to say the wrong thing. Or the right thing at the wrong time. Coach. I held his eyes. I know what the stakes are. I've known what the stakes are since you sat me down in this office. I'm going anyway. He looked at me for a long time. Not with anger. With something that was close to respect and close to resignation, and I couldn't tell which was larger. Don't say anything you can't take back, he said. I'm going to say exactly what's true. He picked up a pen. Put it down. Sometimes that's the same thing. I left. Jonas was in the hallway. He'd been waiting, I could tell by the way he was positioned, not leaning against the wall casually but standing upright, facing the door, like he'd stationed himself there. I heard, he said. Word travels. It's a locker room. Everything travels. He fell into step beside me. You need me to come. You can't come. It's a closed session. I know I can't come. I'm asking if you need me to be in the building. I looked at him. Jonas Reyes, who had been beside me since freshman year, who had sat in a dark locker room at midnight and said okay when I told him I was in love with my professor, who had told me to go on a Sunday night and said we'll figure out the rest and had meant every word of it. Yeah, I said. Be in the building. He nodded. I'll be in the lobby. The Whitmore conference room looked the same as I imagined it did every time it was used for something that mattered and something that didn't, neutral, institutional, the kind of room that had absorbed so many difficult conversations that it had stopped registering them. Sorensen at the head of the table. Strath to his left. Two board members I didn't know on the far side, a woman with reading glasses and a man who had the expression of someone who had sat in on enough of these to have stopped expecting to be surprised. A chair at the near end, facing all of them. I sat in it. I put my hands flat on my thighs. I looked at Sorensen. Thank you for coming, Mr. Callahan, he said. Of course. He had a folder open in front of him. He didn't look at it. You understand the nature of this review. A complaint was filed alleging grade impropriety in ETHC 401, I said. Specifically, that I received grades that didn't reflect my performance. That's correct. He held his hands together on the table. I want to be clear that you are here as a witness, not as a subject of review. The review concerns faculty conduct. I understand. I also want to be clear, he paused with the specific weight of a man who had paused in this sentence before, in other rooms, with other people. That the board's assessment of matters related to academic standing and eligibility can be informed by the testimony of relevant parties. He didn't say draft eligibility. He didn't have to. I looked at him. Then I looked at Strath, who was watching me with the patient expression of someone waiting for a calculation to complete. I looked back at Sorensen. Ask me your questions, I said. Sorensen glanced at the folder. Mr. Callahan. In the course of ETHC 401 this semester, did you receive any preferential treatment from Dr. Clark? Any indication that your grades were being considered in a way that differed from the treatment of other students? The room was very quiet. I could give a careful answer here. I could say not that I'm aware of, and it would be true because I was not aware of any favoritism and I could not access the internal decisions of another person's grading process. That answer was technically honest and would tell them exactly nothing and would close this line of inquiry and protect my eligibility and cost me almost nothing. I sat with it for exactly 3 seconds. The opposite, I said. Sorensen's expression shifted. Barely. Explain. She was harder on me than anyone else in that class. I kept my voice level. Even. The tone I used when I was telling the truth, and I needed it to land like truth and not like argument. My first essay, she returned it with more critical notes than I've received on any paper in 4 years here. She pushed back on my arguments in class specifically and consistently. My office hours sessions, I went twice, were not accommodating. They were challenging. She held my work to a higher standard than most of what I saw come back across the room. Strath leaned forward. And yet your grade in the course reflects what I did with the challenge, I said. I worked harder in that class than any course I've taken here. Not because it was hard. Because she expected more, and I wanted to give more, and the work I turned in earned the grade it got. I looked at Strath directly. You can pull every assignment. Every submission. Every comment she wrote. The grade is documented. Every point of it. The photograph, Sorensen began. The photograph shows 2 people on a public path, I said. I run that path every morning. She walks it. We encountered each other. I turned around and walked the same direction for a 1/4 of a mile. I paused. I reached back and touched her hand for approximately 2 seconds. On a public path. At 7 in the morning. With nobody else around. That contact was mine, I said. I initiated it. She didn't ask for it and she didn't encourage it and she had no time to object before it was over. I held Sorensen's eyes. If anyone in this situation exercised questionable judgment, it was me. Not her. She maintained her professional conduct in that course from the first day to the last with more discipline than I could have asked for. I stopped. She did her job exactly right. The room was very still. Everything else, I said, is noise. Sorensen held my eyes. The board member with reading glasses looked down at her tablet. Strath was looking at the table. I held myself still in the chair and I let the sentence stay in the room, and I did not qualify it or walk it back or add anything to soften it. It was true. It was the truest thing I had said in this building all semester, and I was going to let it take up exactly as much space as it needed to. Mr. Callahan, the board member with the tablet, said. She had a quiet voice and she used it sparingly, which told me she only spoke when she had something worth saying. You said you pursued her, rather than the other way around. Can you be more specific about what that means in this context? I went to office hours twice, I said. Not because I needed academic help. The first time was a bet with a friend. The second time was because I wanted to keep the conversation going. I looked at her directly. She never crossed the line. Every interaction we had was in a professional setting or in a public space. She never initiated anything that could be construed as personal. That was entirely me. And the conversation on the path. I turned around and walked with her. She didn't ask me to. She didn't stop me, but she didn't ask. I paused. She told me, in the classroom, that the situation wasn't helping either of us. She said to come back after the semester ends. She held the line every single time. I looked at the board member steadily. I'm telling you this because you need to know who created this situation and who managed it responsibly. And those are not the same person. The board member nodded once. Wrote something. Sorensen looked at his folder. We have no further questions at this time, he said. We'll be going into closed session. You're free to wait in the hallway or leave the building. I stood. I picked up my jacket from the back of the chair. I looked at Sorensen one more time. At Strath, who still hadn't looked up. She's a good professor, I said. The kind worth keeping. I walked out. The hallway outside the Whitmore conference room was empty. Blue carpet, cream walls, a window at the far end that looked out over the east side of campus. I sat in the chair against the wall across from the closed door and I put my elbows on my knees and I looked at the floor and I waited. Jonas was in the lobby 3 floors down. My phone had 3 unread texts I hadn't looked at. Inside the room, 7 people were deciding something. I had said what I said. I had said it clearly and without hedging and without the half-truth that would have kept everything clean and simple, and it was done now, and the outcome was in that room and I couldn't reach it. I thought about my father's empty seat. I thought about the stable in his medical update, which Priya had passed to Jonas, which Jonas had told me at 6 in the morning with his coat already on like he'd been awake waiting for news. I thought about an A in the corner of a midterm paper that nobody had given me. That I had earned. That she had marked with 2 lines of comment that told me exactly what was good about it and why, which was the only kind of feedback that actually made you better. The clock on my phone read 10:42. 10:43. 10:50. The door did not open. I sat in the hallway with my back against the wall and my hands loose in my lap and the minutes moving in their slow, indifferent way, and I thought about a line on a whiteboard. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. I understood it now. Fully. Not as an academic argument, not as a framework to be tested and debated and written about in a timed essay. I understood it the way you understood things that cost you something, which was the only way, in my experience, that understanding ever really stuck. The intention didn't matter. What you did with it mattered. I had done what I could do with it. The door still hadn't opened. 11:04. 11:12. At 11:19, the door to the Whitmore conference room opened. Chapter 22. 40 minutes. Ilara's POV. I walked the lake path because I could not sit still and I could not be in my office and I could not be in my apartment, and the lake path was the one place on this campus where the air moved freely and the buildings fell back and the morning was just morning without an institution built on top of it. I did not know the board was in session. I knew it was happening today. I had been notified of the witness list, which included one name I had read twice and then put face down on my desk and left there. I knew the timeline. I knew the general shape of what was coming. What I did not do was sit in a chair somewhere and wait for it. I walked. The path was the same as it always was, ice at the edges, bare willow on the east bend, the wooden bridge with the loose plank on the left side that I had learned to step over. The February morning was gray in the specific way it had been all month, the sky the color of something that had been white a long time ago and had not managed to stay that way. I walked the full loop. Then I walked it again. On the second pass I thought about Oxford. I did not often think about Oxford the way Priya had made me think about it, not as a defining event, not as the wound that explained everything after it. I thought of it the way I thought about whether I had walked through, something that happened, something I had been soaked by, something I had come out the other side of with different information than I'd gone in with. What I had learned at Oxford was do not trust people. I wanted to be precise about that. The lesson was not cynicism. The lesson was, know what you're building and build it yourself. Keep the originals. Document the timeline. Do not let anyone else's access to your work be wider than necessary. I had applied those lessons here. Every grade documented. Every interaction logged. Every essay marked and time-stamped and filed before I went home, before anything could be adjusted or questioned or called unclear. And I had sat in a chair in the Whitmore conference room and told them that. And a man I could not contact and would not contact for 8 more weeks had walked into the same room today, and I did not know what he was going to say, and I had no way of influencing what he was going to say, and the not knowing was a specific and particular kind of difficult that I had not experienced before because I had always, before now, been the only person in my corner. The path crossed the bridge. I stepped over the loose plank. My phone buzzed in my coat pocket. I stopped walking. I stood on the bridge with the lake visible through the bare willow branches on both sides, and I looked at the notification on my screen. Email. Sender, Hartwell University Academic Ethics Board. I looked at it. The morning was completely still around me. Nothing moved. The ice at the lake's edge held everything in place, and the gray sky held the ice, and nothing made a sound. I opened the email. Dear Dr. Clark, following a thorough review of the documentation submitted and testimony received in the matter of review case 2024, ETHC 07, the Academic Ethics Board has concluded its inquiry. The board finds insufficient evidence to support a violation of university policy regarding faculty-student professional conduct or academic grade integrity. The inquiry is formally closed. No further action will be taken. Your position and standing within the department remain fully secure. The board thanks you for your cooperation throughout this process. Sincerely. I stopped reading. The words "inquiry is formally closed" were in the third line, and I read them again, and they said the same thing the second time. I stood on the bridge. The wind moved through the willow branches and they made the soft rattling sound of bare wood in cold air, and I stood with my phone in my hand and my breath going slow and steady in the gray morning, and I let the sentence settle through every layer of the past weeks: the faculty meeting, Sorensen's office, the formal notification, the photograph, the Sunday night with the office door, the hours of documentation, the letter I had written and submitted and kept a handwritten copy of in the back of my middle desk drawer. The inquiry is formally closed. I looked at the lake. Okay, I said. Not to anyone. Not for effect. Just because it was the truest word I had, and sometimes the truest word needed to be in the air. I exhaled. Long, steady, the kind of breath that released more than air. And then I looked up. 50 yards ahead on the path, past the far end of the bridge, at the point where the track curved back toward the north face of campus, there was someone standing still. Not walking. Not running. Standing, facing me, with his hands in his pockets and his breath making small clouds in the cold air. He had clearly been there for more than a few seconds. Long enough to see me read the email. Long enough to watch me look at the lake and say the word I hadn't meant anyone to hear. He didn't move. I didn't move. The bridge was between us. The willow was behind me. 50 yards of lake path in the gray February morning was between us, and the semester was over in 6 days, and I was holding my phone with an email on the screen that said closed and secure, and he was standing on the path 50 yards away looking at me. He didn't move. I looked at him. The path was empty in both directions except for us. I took a breath. I took one step off the bridge onto the path. He was still 50 yards ahead, and he was still not moving, and I was holding everything: the inquiry, the Oxford letter in my desk drawer, the handwritten copy I hadn't sent, the 2 seconds on this path 3 weeks ago, the door I had opened and closed on a Sunday night, all of it, and none of it had gone anywhere, and the semester was ending in 6 days, and he was standing on the path. Not a day before. I had said that. 6 more days. I stopped walking. We looked at each other across 50 yards of frozen path and cold air and everything that had accumulated between us over 17 weeks, and I could not tell from here what was on his face. It was too far, the morning light was too flat, but I knew he was watching me, and I knew he had seen me read the email, and I knew he was waiting for something. 6 days. I looked at him for one long moment. Then I looked at my phone. I typed 3 words. I sent them. I put my phone in my pocket. 50 yards away, I watched him reach into his jacket. He looked at his screen. He looked up. I turned and walked back the way I had come. My heart was going faster than it should have been for a flat morning walk. It had been doing that since February. Chapter 23. Falling action, after. Writer's POV. 6 days. That was what her text said. 3 words on a screen while I stood on the lake path with the cold coming through my jacket and the inquiry just closed and her back already turned, already walking away in the direction she had come from. 6 more days. I stood there until she rounded the bend and the path was empty. Then I put my phone in my pocket and I breathed. The semester ended on a Tuesday. I turned in my final exam for ETHC 401 at 11:40 in the morning. Not the night before. Not at midnight with 13 minutes to spare. I had written it over the weekend with the specific care of someone who understood that this was the last thing, the final page of a 17-week document that had mattered more than any other course in 4 years. The question was the same type it had always been, no clean answers, just honest ones. Define ethical integrity. Then describe a situation in which acting with integrity required accepting a personal cost. What does that cost tell us about the value of integrity itself? I wrote for 90 minutes. I didn't write about hockey. I wrote about a man who raised a son to believe that some things were worth losing for. I wrote about a system that made honesty expensive and a person who paid the price anyway. I wrote about sitting in a hallway outside a closed door for 40 minutes and not knowing the outcome and choosing, in that not knowing, to have said the true thing rather than the safe thing. I wrote about what the cost told us. The cost tells us that integrity isn't a value we hold. It's a price we pay. You don't know what you believe about honesty until it costs you something real. Everything before that is just a preference. I submitted it. I walked out of Hartwell Hall, room 204. The door closed behind me. I stood on the steps for a moment. The building looked the same as it always looked, old brick, frost on the stone steps, the kind of architecture that had been standing long enough to stop noticing the seasons. I had walked into this building for the last time as Ryder Callahan, student, registered in ETHC 401, required course, 1 semester from draft eligibility. I walked away. Grades posted at 6 a.m. on Thursday. I had been awake since 5:45, which was not unusual, but I hadn't been checking my phone every 3 minutes from a draft anxiety standpoint in the past 4 years, so this was a specific kind of awake. Jonas was still asleep. I could hear him through the thin wall of his bedroom, the specific breathing of someone who had no particular reason to be up at 5:45. The grade posted at 6:02. ETHC 401, Clark, E, B+. I sat with it. B+. Not the A on the midterm. Not straight across. A B+ for the semester, which accounted for the weeks in the back row when I had deliberately underperformed, which was honest grading. She had marked what I gave her and I hadn't given her everything in those 10 days and she had marked it as such. I had earned A B+. It was the most honest grade I had ever received. I closed my phone. I made coffee. I stood at the kitchen window with the mug warm in my hands and the campus visible below, and I let the grade sit in me without performing anything about it. Not relief. Not disappointment. Something that was almost like recognition, the way it felt when something landed exactly where it was supposed to. I texted my father at 6:15. Coming today. Around 3. He replied in 4 minutes, which meant he had been awake too. Good. Drive safe. Millhaven Regional was a 40-minute drive on a good road with no ice. I drove it in 43 minutes because there was ice on the last stretch and I was not in a hurry. I had learned in the past 4 months that some things arrived whether you rushed toward them or not, and the things that mattered were better met at a pace that let you arrive fully rather than breathless. My father was in a room on the second floor. Cardiac monitoring, they had said, not surgery, not acute, a warning shot event that the body sent when it had been running too hard for too long without adequate rest. He had been in Millhaven Regional for 5 days and he had called me 3 times and in each call had spent most of the time asking about the season. He was sitting up when I walked in. He looked thinner than the last time I'd seen him, which was 6 weeks ago when he'd come to the home game against St. Francis. Thinner and more tired and wearing the hospital gown with the particular expression of a man who considered needing to wear a hospital gown a personal failure. He took one look at me. "You're different," he said. I sat in the chair beside the bed. "I know," I said. He looked at me for a moment. The specific look he had been giving me since I was 9 years old, reading me the way he had learned to read me, which was closely and without accepting the surface at face value. "Good different or bad different," he said. I thought about it. Genuinely thought about it. Not the reflexive "I'm fine" that I had been giving people for years, not the "don't worry about it" that saved time and answered nothing. I actually sat in the chair beside his hospital bed and thought about what kind of different I was. "I don't know yet," I said. He nodded slowly. "Fair enough," he said. We sat for a moment. "How are you feeling?" I said. Like someone told my heart to slow down and it took it personally. He waved a hand. "I'll be out in 2 days. Back home in 3. They want me walking more." "You've been taking the bus to every game." "That's not walking. That's sitting on a bus." "Dad." "I'm fine, Ryder." He said it with the specific firmness of a man who had been saying it his whole life and mostly meant it. "Tell me about the semester." "It's done." Done. "Grades posted." B+. He raised his eyebrows. "In the ethics course?" "In the ethics course." He said nothing for a moment. His hand was resting on the blanket and the 4-line was taped to the back of it and he looked at it briefly, like he was noting the cost of the body reminding you it was there. "Good," he said. "That's it. What else do you want me to say?" "You passed the course. You're eligible." That was the goal. The goal, yeah. He looked at me again. "The other thing," he said. "Dad. I'm not asking for details. I'm noting that the B+ and the different and the I don't know yet are probably all the same thing." He shifted slightly against the pillow. "Am I wrong?" I looked at the window. The parking lot below, the gray February sky, the particular flatness of a Millhaven afternoon. "No," I said. "Okay." He found the remote and turned on the television. The Wolves highlights from the conference championship were running on the regional sports channel. Someone had been running them all week, apparently, because we had won the title and Millhaven was close enough to Hartwell that it counted locally. "Come watch." I pulled the chair closer to the bed. We watched in silence, the third period, my 35 minutes, the final buzzer, the celebration I had stood in the middle of and felt from a specific distance. I watched my own face on the screen and did not recognize the expression on it. I looked like someone who had won something and was thinking about something else. That was accurate. My father watched without talking, the way he watched everything, fully present, taking it in, the small muscle in his jaw working occasionally the way it did when he was feeling something and keeping it in a specific place. At the end, when the broadcast cut to the post-game coverage, he muted it. "Good hockey," he said. "Thanks. 35 minutes. Harwick trusts you." "He does." "Good." My father looked at the muted screen. "Son." "Yeah." "The thing I said, don't do anything stupid." He was quiet for a second. "I didn't mean don't do the hard thing. I meant don't do the careless thing." He turned to look at me. "There's a difference." I looked at him. "I know," I said. "Do you?" I thought about a hallway outside a closed door. 40 minutes on a plastic chair with my hands on my knees saying what I'd said with no guarantee about how it would land. "Yeah," I said. "I do." He nodded. Looked back at the screen. We sat there for another hour, in the particular quiet of two people who had said what needed saying and could be still with each other now. At 4 o'clock a nurse came to check his monitoring and I stepped into the corridor and looked at my phone. 1 missed call. Unknown number. I called it back. 2 rings. Callahan. Tom Dorsey's voice, the Falcon Scout, the gray jacket, the flat professional energy of a man who dealt in certainty for a living. I've been trying to reach you. I know. Sorry. Family situation. I heard. Hope everything is okay. A brief, genuine pause. I'll be quick because I know you're in Millhaven. The organization wants to talk timelines. Draft window is opening up and we want you in the conversation early. Can you be in the city next week? Yes, I said. Good. My assistant will send details. He paused. Clean eligibility. Fully confirmed as of Tuesday. Good. See you next week, Callahan. He hung up. I stood in the corridor with my phone in my hand and the draft conversation sitting in the air around me the way it had been sitting in the background for 4 years, real now, closer than it had ever been, a door opening in the direction I had been walking toward my whole life. My phone lit up. A text. Number I didn't have saved. I looked at it. The semester is over. I stood completely still. The hospital corridor was ordinary around me, a nurse walking past, a cart with equipment, the smell of institutional cleanser and recycled air, and I was standing in the middle of it holding 3 words that had been 3 weeks coming and now were here. I looked at them for a long time. Then I typed, I know. I sent it. I stared at the screen. Then I typed again. Copper tap. Tomorrow. 7. I held my thumb over send. I pressed it. The message went. I looked at the screen. 3 dots appeared. They pulsed once, twice, 3 times. Then they stopped. I waited. The dots came back. I stood in the corridor of Millhaven Regional, outside my father's room, with the draft conversation in one call and a text thread with 3 dots pulsing, and I thought about the first day of a semester and a sentence on a whiteboard and a woman who had said come back after the semester ends like she was leaving something unlocked. The dots stopped. A reply appeared. I read it. I exhaled. I put my phone in my pocket. I went back into my father's room. He looked at my face and whatever he saw on it made him say nothing, which was the right call, which was why I had always trusted him more than anyone. I sat back down. I picked up the remote. I unmuted the highlights. We watched until visiting hours ended and the sky outside went fully dark and the parking lot lights came on one by one in the Millhaven February dark, and neither of us said anything about tomorrow, and it was the best afternoon I had spent in months. Chapter 24, Ilara. Resolution, Interference. Ilara arrives at the copper tap at 7:02 p.m. Ryder is already there, same corner table as the night they'd stood 3 feet apart and talked about nothing. He looks different without the shadow of ETHC 401 between them. She looks different too, she suspects. They talk for 2 hours, about his father, about Oxford, about what happens next. There is no clean resolution in this scene. There is only honesty, the long, careful kind that 2 people earn when they have chosen it over the easier options, repeatedly, under pressure. Near the end, he says, asterisk, I want to do this right. Asterisk she says, asterisk, then we start over. From the beginning. Asterisk he says, asterisk, hi. I'm Ryder. Asterisk she laughs. It's the first time he's heard her laugh like that. I know who you are, she says. Asterisk ending line, she reaches across the table and puts her hand over his. This time, neither of them lets go, asterisk epilogue, both. 1 year later, 600 words, alternating interior monologue, Ryder and Ilara on opposite sides of the city, both getting ready for the same evening. Ryder is in his first NHL season, navigating a world that is larger and louder than anything he expected, and still calling her on Tuesdays just to hear her think out loud. Ilara has been approved for a tenure track review. Priya threw a party she didn't attend, she was on the phone. With Ryder. The chapter closes with them meeting at the door of a restaurant. Simple. No fanfare. He offers his arm. She takes it. They walk in. The last line is Ilara's, asterisk the interference, it turns out, was never a penalty. It was a redirect. And I have never been more grateful for the collision. Asterisk the narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 24, Ilara. Resolution, Interference. Ilara arrives at the Copper Tap at 7:02 p.m. Ryder is already there, same corner table as the night they'd stood 3 feet apart and talked about nothing. He looks different without the shadow of ETHC 401 between them. She looks different too, she suspects. They talk for 2 hours, about his father, about Oxford, about what happens next. There is no clean resolution in this scene. There is only honesty, the long, careful kind that 2 people earn when they have chosen it over the easier options, repeatedly, under pressure. Near the end, he says, asterisk, I want to do this right. Asterisk she says, asterisk, then we start over. From the beginning. Asterisk he says, asterisk, hi. I'm Ryder. Asterisk she laughs. It's the first time he's heard her laugh like that. I know who you are, she says. Asterisk ending line, she reaches across the table and puts her hand over his. This time, neither of them lets go, asterisk. 600 words, alternating interior monologue, Ryder and Ilara on opposite sides of the city, both getting ready for the same evening. Ryder is in his first NHL season, navigating a world that is larger and louder than anything he expected, and still calling her on Tuesdays just to hear her think out loud. Ilara has been approved for a tenure track review. Priya threw a party she didn't attend, she was on the phone with Ryder. The chapter closes with them meeting at the door of a restaurant. Simple. No fanfare. He offers his arm. She takes it. They walk in. The last line is Ilara's. Asterisk the interference, it turns out, was never a penalty. It was a redirect. And I have never been more grateful for the collision, asterisk. The narrative must be told in first-person singular using I as the voice throughout. Keep the tone blunt, emotionally gripping, and realistic with no fancy grammar or complicated words. Use simple English vocabulary and straightforward sentence structures. Create a strong hook that instantly captures a first-time reader's attention. Include a powerful moment of conflict or suspense that sets the tone for the rest of the book. Prioritize dialogue over narration and use show-don't-tell techniques throughout. Write in paragraph format with left-aligned text and 1.15 line spacing. Make every character show emotion in a raw and believable way. Ensure each scene connects logically to the story world and character dynamics that will unfold in later chapters. Avoid repeating words and steer clear of overused phrases such as delve, elevate, embark, enhance, landscape, tapestry, comprehensive, dive, furthermore, interplay, journey, pivotal, resonate, showcasing, testament, vast, in summary, in conclusion, or any AI-sounding expressions. Focus on creating authentic human voices through dialogue and genuine emotional reactions. Build tension naturally through character interactions and conflicts rather than explanatory narration. End with forward momentum that makes readers need to continue to the next chapter. Remember to write as if you're telling the most important story of your life with urgency and honesty. Every word should contribute to character development, plot advancement, or emotional impact. Make this opening impossible to put down. Chapter 24. Resolution, Interference. Ilara's POV. I was 2 minutes late. Not on purpose, I had never been late on purpose in my life, and I was not going to start now, and the 2 minutes came from standing in front of my bathroom mirror for longer than I had planned, which was its own kind of information I chose not to examine too closely. I was not nervous. I was aware of everything. The cold on my face when I pushed out of the building. The way the copper tap looked from the outside at night, warm-lit windows, the sound of the evening coming through the door when someone held it open. The specific quality of walking into a place and knowing that what happened inside it was going to matter. I was not nervous. I pushed open the door. The bar was a Thursday night kind of busy, full but not loud, people at the long counter and people in booths and the dartboard in the back occupied by 2 students I was reasonably certain were not my students. I stood for a moment in the entrance doing what I always did, reading the room, filing it, finding what I was looking for. He was at the corner table. Same one. Same corner where we had once stood 3 feet apart and talked about a pool table for 4 minutes and nothing had been said and everything had been said. He was already there, which meant he had been early, which meant something I was not going to name yet. He looked different. I knew him in a classroom. I knew him in an office, in a corridor, on a lake path, in a doorway on a Sunday night. I knew the version of him that existed inside the architecture of ETHC 401, inside the weight of everything that had made that architecture necessary. He looked like someone who had put something down. I realized, as I crossed the room toward him, that I probably looked the same. He stood when he saw me. Not dramatically, he was halfway up before he registered he was doing it, the instinct of it, and then he held it and waited. I sat down across from him. "Hi," he said. "Hi," I said. We looked at each other. The copper tap moved around us, bar sounds, quiet music, the particular warmth of a room full of people having ordinary evenings, and we sat in the corner of it and looked at each other in the specific way that 2 people looked at each other when they had been not looking for 17 weeks and had run out of reasons not to. "Your father," I said. "How is he?" Something in his face softened. Not visibly, just a fraction, the smallest shift, the kind that happened when someone asked the question you hadn't expected them to ask first. "Better," he said. "Out of the hospital. Walking. He's been watching the highlights reel from the conference championship so many times that the neighbors have started recognizing the commentary." He paused. "He's good." "Good," I said. "He asked about you." I looked at him. "He doesn't know who you are," Ryder said. "He asked about the class." I told him I had a professor who expected more from me than I was used to giving. He held my eyes. He said that was the best kind. I looked at the table for a moment. "He's right," I said. A server came. We ordered the same things we had ordered the last time we were here without discussing it, wine for me, beer for him, and when the server left there was a moment of quiet that was not uncomfortable, which said something about the past 17 weeks and what they had built between us without our permission. "Tell me about Oxford," he said. I looked up. "You know about Oxford," I said. "I know you came from there. I know it was before Hartwell." He held his mug in both hands and looked at me steadily. "I don't know the rest." I sat with it. The old reflex was there, the clean professional deflection, the redirect, the version of the story that was technically true and emotionally absent. I had told that version so many times it was almost automatic. I told him the other one. Not the way I had told Priya, not briskly, not with the performed composure of someone demonstrating that they had processed a thing and filed it correctly. I told it the way it actually was, 2 years of work and a person who knew how to get close enough to access it and an institution that looked at the question of shared intellectual space and decided it was ambiguous. I told him about the committee and the ruling and the resignation that wasn't asked for and the one that was made anyway. I told him about the drive to Heathrow and the specific quality of the grief, not a person lost, because the person I had lost was never real, but the work itself, the months of thinking and building something that had been taken apart and reassembled under someone else's name. I told him what it had cost to rebuild. When I was done the drinks had been on the table for a while and neither of us had touched them. He was watching me with the same expression he had worn the first time he asked a question in my class, not performing attention, actually giving it. The kind of listening that required the whole person. That's why the documentation, he said. Yes. Every grade time-stamped. Every interaction logged. Yes. Because the last time you trusted a structure to protect you, it didn't. I looked at him. Yes, I said. He was quiet for a moment. And then Marcus filed a complaint and the board opened a review and the structure was exactly the same shape as before, I said. Different city. Different players. Same structure. He looked at the table. I'm sorry, he said. You didn't do this. I made it harder to defend against. He looked up. I went to your office on a Sunday night. I walked beside you on the path. He stopped. Every time I told myself I was doing the right thing, I was also creating something that someone else could use against you. I created some of it too, I said. I took your paper home in my bag. I kept a book with your margin notes in it. I walked the same path at the same time for 3 weeks and told myself it was coincidence. He looked at me. Was it, he said. A pause. No, I said. The word sat between us. He exhaled slowly. Not with relief, with the specific release of a person who has been holding something carefully for a long time and has just been told it's safe to put it down. We talked for 2 hours. About his father and the bus rides and what it meant to carry someone else's almost. About the draft call and what came next and the city the Falcons were based in and what a first season looked like from inside the thing rather than from the outside of it. About what I was writing in the tenure review and Priya's face when I had read her the formal statement before I submitted it, the way she had gone quiet in the middle of it and said, Alara, this is the best thing you've written. We talked about the trolley problem and he told me he'd been thinking about it since October and he still wasn't sure he'd answered it correctly, and I told him that was the right outcome, that the people who thought they had answered it correctly were the ones I worried about. He laughed. I had heard him laugh before, in the hall outside my office, once, talking to Jonas. Quick, easy, the laugh of someone who laughed often. This one was quieter. More specific. Aimed at something that was only visible from where we were sitting. I found that I liked it very much. The bar had thinned out by the time we reached the bottom of the second drink. The dartboard in the back was still occupied. The low music had shifted to something slower, the Thursday night winding down in the way Thursday nights wound down. He was turning his glass in small rotations on the table, not looking at it. The thing he had been building towards saying was close now. I could tell by the specific quality of his silence, fuller than usual, like it had something in it. I want to do this right, he said. He looked at me when he said it. Directly. With the honesty that had been the first thing I had noticed about him and the last thing I had been able to stop noticing. Then we start over, I said. From the beginning. He looked at me. Something moved across his face, the start of something, the edge of a smile he was deciding whether to let happen. Hi, he said. I'm Ryder. I laughed. Not the small, controlled sound I allowed myself in professional settings. Not the polite response laugh that existed to smooth over awkward moments. A real laugh, the kind that started in the chest and arrived before you could manage it, sudden and completely unguarded, the kind I had not heard from myself in a long time. He went still. Not in a bad way. In the way of someone who has just heard something for the first time and wants the moment to stay still long enough to register it. I know who you are, I said. Yeah. I knew before you walked through the door on the first day of class. And you were more than the packet said you were. I held his eyes. Considerably. He looked at me for a long moment. The table between us was the same table it had always been, old wood, slightly uneven, the kind that had held years of other people's drinks and other people's evenings. I looked at my hand on it. His hand beside mine, close but not touching, in the space where the 3 inches had always been. I reached across. I put my hand over his. His hand was warm under mine. He turned it slightly, not pulling away, just turning, an adjustment, a settling, the specific way you held something you had been careful with for a long time and had finally been told it was safe to hold. Neither of us moved to let go. The bar went on around us. The music. The dartboard. The ordinary Thursday evening carrying everyone else through their ordinary Thursday. We stayed. Epilogue. 1 year later. Ryder and Ilara. Ryder. The suit is new. I have been wearing hockey gear in one form or another since I was 9 years old, and I understand the physics of fabric and function, and nothing I own has ever felt as foreign on my body as a well-fitted suit in a city that is not Hartwell. I check the mirror. The season is 7 months old and I am still sometimes surprised by the size of it, the arenas that hold 30,000, the road trips that cross 4 time zones, the sound of a crowd that treats your name like something they own. I was prepared for the hockey. I had been preparing for the hockey my whole life. I was less prepared for the life that came with it, the movement, the noise, the specific loneliness of being known by many people and knowing very few of them. There are things that keep me grounded. Tuesday phone calls are one of them. She picks up on the second ring every Tuesday at 7 and we talk for anywhere between 40 minutes and 2 hours depending on what she's working on and what I've been thinking about, which is usually more than I admit to anyone else. Last week she had been in the middle of reading submissions for a journal she was reviewing for and she had read me a paragraph from someone's paper and asked what I thought, which was the thing she did that still caught me off guard, the genuine assumption that what I thought was worth hearing. I had told her what I thought. She had pushed back. I had revised. She had said, "There it is," in exactly the tone she had used in room 204 when an argument clicked into place, and I had sat in my hotel room 3 time zones away and felt something settle in me the way it only settled on Tuesdays. I fixed the collar. My father's voice on the phone last week, "You sound the same." I had thought about that. I didn't feel the same. I felt like someone who had been through the version of events that turned something from a plan into a history. But maybe that was what he meant, that the thing that was central had held. I look at the mirror one more time. I leave the hotel room and go downstairs and step out into the city. Ilara. Priya threw me a party. I didn't attend it. I mean that in the technical sense, the party happened, people came, Priya's apartment smelled like wine and celebration, and I was not physically present for any of it because I was sitting on my couch at 7 o'clock with my phone in my hand and the tenure track approval letter on the table in front of me and Ryder's number on my screen. He picked up before the second ring. "I heard," he said. "Congratulations." "How did you?" Priya texted Jonas. Jonas texted me. A pause. The whole network mobilized within about 4 minutes. I looked at the letter. The Department of Ethics and Social Philosophy is pleased to offer Dr. Ilara Clark a tenure track appointment effective the following academic year. I had read it 11 times since it arrived. It did not become more real with additional readings. It just became more itself. "It's real," he said, as though he'd heard the thought. "It's real," I said. "How do you feel?" I looked at the ceiling. At the apartment I had made my home. At the plant on the windowsill that was no longer barely surviving, it had doubled in size since September, a fact I had noted with the specific satisfaction of something cared for properly responding accordingly. "Like I built something," I said. "And it stood up." "It did," he said. "It was always going to." "You can't know that." "I can know the person who built it." He said it without ceremony. "Just, true. I've been watching you build things since August. I know what it looks like when your foundations are solid." I sat with that for a moment. "How's the suit?" I said. "How do you know I'm wearing a suit?" "You always dress up when you're nervous." A silence. "Then, it fits better than I expected." "Good. You're going to be there before me." "I'm always somewhere before you." "You were 4 minutes late on the first day of class." "I was exactly 4 minutes late." "That was deliberate." "I know," I said. "I clocked it." He laughed. The quiet version. The one I had been hearing for a year and still found, each time, that I had not gotten used to it. That was the specific thing about Ryder Callahan that no framework I had ever taught could have predicted, the way his presence did not dim with familiarity. It became more itself. Clearer. Like something you adjusted your eyes to and could suddenly see in detail. "I'll be there at 7:30, he said. "I'll be there at 7:28, I said. "Because I'm always early." "Because you like to read the room before I get there." "Because I like to be prepared." "Same thing," he said. I heard the city behind him, traffic, the specific outdoor acoustics of a large place. He was already outside, already moving. Drive safe, I said. I'm not driving. Cab. Then cab safe. That's not a thing. It is now. I stood up from the couch. Put the 10-year letter on the bookshelf where I could see it from the kitchen. Go. I'll see you there. See you there, he said. He hung up. I got my coat. The restaurant was on a corner, mid-city, the kind of place that had been there long enough to have earned its reputation without trying to remind you of it. I arrived at 7:28. I stood outside for a moment in the February air, February again, the city a different one, the cold the same cold, and I looked at the lit windows and the ordinary evening happening inside them, and I thought about a whiteboard in a classroom and a line I had written on the first day of a semester that had become, somehow, the line everything else arranged itself around. Good intentions do not constitute ethical behavior. I had meant it as a provocation. A first-day challenge, something to argue against, the kind of statement designed to make a room uncomfortable enough to start thinking. I had not anticipated that someone would take it and test it against every available surface for 17 weeks and bring it back changed. I had not anticipated most of what had happened after that. I looked up. He was coming along the sidewalk from the left. He was slightly late, which was not deliberate this time, I could tell by his pace. He was wearing the suit I had asked about, which fitted him the way good things fitted people who had spent a long time not knowing they deserved them. He was looking at his phone, then he looked up and saw me and the phone went into his pocket. He stopped in front of me. He looked different than he had a year ago. He looked like someone who had been through the version of events that confirmed something. Not older, clearer. The specific clarity of a person who had stopped carrying things that weren't his. On time, I said. 7:30 is on time. 7:30 is 30 seconds late. You're the only person alive who counts in increments under a minute. I count in whatever increments are accurate. He smiled. I had a year of that smile now. A year of Tuesdays and visits and the specific ordinariness of being known by another person, daily, in the way that mattered. I had been careful with it, not the defensive kind of careful, not the Oxford kind where careful meant distance. The honest kind. The kind where you paid attention because the thing was worth paying attention to. He offered his arm. I took it. We walked through the door of the restaurant, out of the February cold, into the warmth and the light and the sound of an evening already in progress, and nobody in that room knew anything about us except that we had arrived together and were looking for a table. That was enough. That was, I thought, exactly the right amount. I had spent 2 years building walls I called documentation and calling it protection, and it had kept me safe in the specific way that fortified things were safe, enclosed, defended, and unable to move. What had changed me was not the inquiry closing or the tenure approval or any of the external structures resolving in my favor, though they had. What had changed me was a man who had asked a real question on a first day and not stopped asking them, who had sat in a hallway outside a closed door for 40 minutes and said the true thing rather than the safe one, who called on Tuesdays and listened when I pushed back and revised when I was right and pushed back when he was right, and had not once in a year of this let me pretend that what was between us was less than what it was. The interference, it turns out, was never a penalty. It was a redirect. And I have never been more grateful for the collision. Author's note. Dear reader. Thank you for spending time with Ryder and Alara. Interference began as a story about two people separated by every rule that mattered, and the specific, terrifying courage it takes to be honest when honesty costs something real. Ryder's determination and Alara's fierce intelligence were never in opposition, they were two different languages for the same refusal to settle for less than the truth. If this story stayed with you, if the tension of wanting something you're not supposed to want resonated, I would be so grateful if you left a review. Reviews are how independent authors find new readers, and every single one matters more than you know. With gratitude. Arden Blackwell. Acknowledgements. Some books are written in the space between what is allowed and what is true. This one was written in both. To the readers who believed in a hockey player who asked real questions and a professor who refused to give easy answers, thank you. You are the reason Ryder and Alara's story exists beyond the page. And to everyone who ever sat in a classroom and felt something shift. Some interference changes the play entirely. About the author. Arden Blackwell writes dark romance with sharp edges, complicated men, and characters who refuse to look away. A lifelong devotee of stories where love is neither safe nor simple, Arden Blackwell believes the best fiction lives in the space between what people say and what they mean. Interference is the 8th novel in the Dark Eye series. When not writing, Arden can be found watching hockey with unnecessary emotional investment, rereading syllabi no one asked about, and sitting in the wrong row on purpose.